Good morning, everyone. We'll be calling to order the Spokane County Planning Commission. Today is Thursday, July the 30th. It's 9 a.m. Thank you all for coming and attending. The public may participate in person or remotely by utilizing our web link and telephone conference link. Star 9 to raise your hand and star 6 to speak. Individuals are limited to 1 2-minute comment period for any item for this particular hearing. Please keep your comments specific to the current agenda item. Chat is not supported.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Just for everyone's benefit and clarification, the agenda that we had up there is today's agenda. We're talking about the comprehensive plan chapters and development codes. We are not talking about data centers. Data centers are not on our agenda today. There will be no discussion about data centers today. There are no data centers proposed currently in planning for action, and we will be looking to our board of county commissioners to provide some direction on that in the coming weeks. So for everyone's benefit, I just want to make it clear that they're welcome to use the open forum if they'd like to say something about data centers, but there is no discussion, and the Planning Commission does not have that on today's or on any future agenda at this point.
Thank you, Scott. Let's continue with the introductions of our division. Am I right?
Yes.
Lonnie Edwards, Wyatt Hossie,
Pete Rayner, Stephen Cole. So the first order of business is the part of our agenda that allows for members of the public to make comment on any item that is not on the current agenda. I take it by the yellow slips that I have received here at the podium that a lot of people like to talk about data centers. Now, it is the prerogative of the chair to start that process. I personally believe that everyone needs to be heard. Everyone needs to voice their opinion. I might learn something, and this commission may learn something too. So if we can quickly go through these, I put a 2-minute time limit. If you would please come forward when I say your name. And by the way, you don't even really have to fill one of these out. If it's something on the line, just come up and talk. But the whole idea is an open forum, and we want the public, this is your opportunity to talk about things that are not on this agenda, which Mr. Chesney has made clear. So I think it's important that the people be heard. There's obviously a lot of concern about data center, and so we're going to talk about that. And we have lots of them here, so I didn't leave for that. These are in no big particular. There's no particular order. So people can consider. Yeah. I'm going to just start off. There's quite a few. So if we could extract your comments, and I think maybe we should keep in mind that if we just going over material that someone else has previously said, maybe you don't need to repeat all of that. But let's go ahead and start. So I'll call your name. This is the open forum part. Come down to our microphone.
Sir.
Yes, sir.
Turn the volume up, please.
Thank you.
I'll speak a little closer to the. That help at all?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm at the mercy of the county. I got these. Their sounds is like.
What's his name?
at least it ain't the city, their mics suck.
So one up on this. Okay.
Yeah, like I noticed that as soon as I got here a couple weeks ago, well, a month ago. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so there's quite a few here. There's a couple for the comp plan. I wish everyone was here for the comp plan because it's a very
We are
important
here for that too.
instrument that we're considering for the good of our
Please don't
medical
go
county
there, kids.
to 2046. But here we are talking about data centers, but we want to talk about data centers because that's what it's about. So let's This is the first one here, Shauna Robinson. Please come down.
Go up and away.
Oh, it's on the outside. Oh, thank you. Thank you. The shortcut.
I'm Shauna Robinson. I live in Airway Heights, where you're planning on putting all this stuff. I have vaccine injured kids and our kids are sicker than ever. I think we all know that. Cancer rates for adults used to be super rare to know someone with cancer. Now you're rare if you don't know 3 people with cancer. It's time we wake up and realize what's going on. These data centers pollute everything. They pollute with PFAS. Airway Heights already has a huge issue with that. As you know, from the military base, that increases cancer rates. Then they've got emissions into the air, into the water. I know there's a million other reasons to not have them. Mine is our children and our health. That's my sole reason. I mean, not sole reason, but my main reason is these pollute. And what good are they going to bring? People are saying they bring jobs. They really don't. They don't bring very many jobs. They just bring money for the elite and not the community. They bring poison to the community. And I would encourage you all to really look at the fact that we already have a huge PFAS problem in Airway Heights and pollution problem, and look at the cancer rates. And they've already been showing to cause cancer and issues in farm animals and stuff that are in the surrounding area of these data centers. So there is already information coming out, even though they're semi-new. So what's going to happen in 10 or 20 years when they're like, oh, this is a really, really bad idea. So please don't put our kids are sick enough. Seriously, like, look at the cancer rates for kids now compared to 20 years ago. Look at adults. Do we need to put something in that's going to cause more cancer and more pollution? And that's not even counting the frequencies they put off, everything. People with land that is within 5 miles of these data centers, they're not gonna be able to sell their homes. They're gonna be upside down in them because no one wants to live close to these things. So please don't do that to our kids. If you have kids, if you have grandkids, if you care at all, don't do something that's gonna poison our community more. We don't need it. It's not necessary. Please do what's right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, because we have a limited amounts of people who would like to testify, let's kind of say the first name and then the second one so they could be ready to organize their thoughts. So Adrienne and Doc will be next. And after that will be Mark. Mark Hamper, did you want to talk? You didn't say data center, but Mark, are you here?
Data center?
Hamper?
Right.
Well, pardon me? Andrew? That would be the second, you're gonna be the second speaker. The first one is Adrienne. Oh, all right, let's. You didn't put a topic down, Mark, so.
Abby, I'll bring on it. Okay. Yes, I know.
Do we have two? Oh my gosh.
Miss.
Mike is not for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is Mike.
Yeah, this is pretty.
Oh, it's not working?
No,
Well, the feedback, I don't know, is it bad right now?
that's good.
Okay, maybe she was just too close. to
Yeah,
the
try
mic.
just to like put your mouth like right there.
Don't get too close. Anyways, we're not talking about that. So I'm here to strongly oppose the data center project being proposed. And
I have a slip, but can you say your name also for the record?
sorry, Adrian, my name is Adrian Knott. I am from Spokane Valley. So this project is going to be taking from the community more electricity than every residential customer in the county, as well as chewing through millions of gallons of water every day. And we're being asked to hand over our critical infrastructure and our grid reliability and their natural resources to feed these servers. Even more alarming is the long-term compounding future obligations of a project this size. We are locking our region into decades of massive energy and water commitments for a rapidly expanding tech bubble, while local residents potentially get stuck footing the bill and dealing with the relentless noise, air pollution, and infrastructure strain. We need to hit pause on projects of this scale before we permanently alter our region. And I urge the commission to support a moratorium and reject this data center. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark, you are next, followed by Shirley Barron.
Okay. And then we also have 5 people online.
Okay,
So-
let's do these two folks and then we'll do some more.
Okay,
Thanks,
perfect.
Rhonda.
You're welcome.
Yeah, mine's on that data center there.
It is what I said.
Yeah,
Okay, great, please.
name's Mark Hendren from the North Spokane area. This data center just kind of come out of nowhere. It seems like, it's been hidden for the last year. Al Fresh was working on it evidently, but nobody else seemed to know about it. I don't know if you gentlemen did or ladies, but it seemed like you didn't. But, I really can't, I gotta oppose that. That's too much. They'll be using the aquifer water, which we have problems with water, they say now. That's just gonna be more damage. Power bills, now I think of Vista, if they build a new building downtown, is that for this energy deal too? I don't know, it's too much stuff that just wasn't brought up to the people's vote as far as I'm concerned. We should vote on that. The wastewater, is there gonna be another hand for Spokane? There's just a lot of questions haven't been answered, but everything's going forward. So I really oppose that, and I hope you folks do too, or at least give the people that vote. The votes is gonna have, the property values are gonna go sky high. People can't afford a home now. You put more taxes on it, they can afford it less. So I think it's gonna be detrimental to Spokane. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Shirley, you are next. Shirley Barrett. Welcome.
Thank you. Morning. My name is Shirley Barrett. Yeah, data centers. So, what compelled me to come this morning is that in 2015, the stratigraphers determined that we were no longer living in the Holocene and that we had moved to an entirely new era called the Anthropocene, which is the impact that man is having upon the earth, and the redirecting of waterways is one of the major things that is a part of that component. And considering the impact that the AI data centers are going to be having on our water systems and our water supplies, that impacts us all. And, you know, one day, everyone is always going to have been against this, and it's something that we need to pay attention to, something that we all need, something that is essential to our overall livelihoods. And I do ask that you please consider, you know, for future generations and especially Spokanites, this fact. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Let's take
Can we
some.
turn the volume up a little bit more?
Highlight is on.
Mr. Chairman, we don't have any control over the volume itself. The only thing I could suggest is just try to hold the microphone closer to you.
How's it going?
Yeah. Okay.
Locked in. He's a contractor. Thank you.
Okay. So our first person is Zachariah Isom.
Would you unmute him, please?
Yep.
Thank you.
Zachariah?
Yeah,
You have the floor for 2 minutes.
great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm Zachariah Isom, and I live on the West Plains, just outside of Medical Lake. I also want to talk about concerns about current project proposals to build data centers. Specifically, I want to talk especially about the Big Rock Data Center project that's located on Medical Lake Road near the airport. My understanding that the lot is not currently within the urban growth area, and that I would ask the planning commission to recommend the urban growth area not be expanded towards Medical Lake or towards Cheney. And that conditional use permits would be rejected if a proposal is submitted for outside of the urban growth area. The second thing is that others have spoken already about some of the negative impacts of the data center development, including things like concern about water pollution, air pollution, land usage, health of residents. There's some other concerns as well, including noise pollution. And we don't know how severe some of these impacts would be on our local resources, including our land, water, and air. And I would ask that the Planning Commission push for a SEPA review, an environmental review of what large-scale data centers would mean for our county, and for our local environmental resources here. And third is I have a comment directed towards the actual county commissioners that we recommend immediately voting for a 9-month data center moratorium. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next person, Zenthia Peterson.
Cynthia Peterson. Okay,
Zenthia.
I'm here, brother. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Cynthia Peterson. I am in Spokane City. I'm speaking on the data centers. I second others' comments on the data centers, along with probably what others will say. The amount of environmental impacts and health impacts are severe. So I want to make a recommendation that y'all make a recommendation to the commission to put a moratorium in place, so that way we can further analyze the dangers of a data center and what we can do to best approach this safely. It's going to take everyone's efforts, including this commission, to get our voices heard by the county to get that moratorium in place. I also just want to note to everyone in the audience, y'all should be taking a look at your comprehensive plan. This is a big planning time for the city and county, and those are some very important plans to check out and leave comment on. And thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Hey, real quick, is there gonna be a timer on the screen or something? Or are we just supposed to?
No, but all here.
I just.
Do you want to do one more person?
Let's
On
just
one.
see from the audience.
Okay.
So. I'll call out two names. Melanie Perry and then Jeremiah Harding will be next. Melanie, thank you for coming.
Hi, my name is Melanie Perry. I live by the falls, kind of near Airway. And I've been coming down to the council meetings for the past month to speak against data centers. It's my first time here at one of these planning meetings. It's very interesting. Like the thing is, some council commissioners keep talking about economic benefits, and there won't be any economic benefits. I can tell you that. These people, they don't create jobs. There'll be maybe 50 jobs, and they're not going to go to people from our county, mostly. There won't be any tax revenue. They do everything to avoid paying taxes. They're just going to suck in our water. Our beautiful, iconic falls will slow to a trickle. Our aquifer will drain, and we'll just be in a worse drought than we have been for the past decade. So, like, this future that they're planning only makes the rich richer and makes us unemployed and sicker with the air quality and the low hum buzzing in the background constantly. It's a terrible future, and we'd rather go back 5 years than run headfirst into this as county. This isn't even an aquifer that is ours to worry about. It is all our neighbors. We are in this together, and nature doesn't care about our lines on a map. It will affect our neighbors just as much as it affects us. Thank you.
Good. Jeremiah. Welcome.
Oh, so I think I'm
Introduce yourself.
Jeremiah Harding. I am from the SoCal desert. I'm sure that none of you have listened to the other stuff, so I'll just start by saying that the SoCal desert is not a place I wish to return to ever, much less have it brought to my doorstep. The place here is a privilege to live in, and that's because of all it has to offer. Now, the question is, are y'all willing to protect what it has to offer? The reality of this situation is Al French and a variety of other sort of crony type people are responsible for a bunch of collusion that's happening in the background and a bunch of talks with people like Apricus and people in Avista.
Jeremiah, please don't editorialize on elected officials if you wouldn't mind. Thank you.
All right, then I'll just say that the people involved in this decision-making process are not consulting the people. The ultimate truth of it is, when we're dealing with these sorts of things, these are corporate interests. It was said by an individual I am unable to mention that the government should move at the speed of business. The only way this is possible is if the government directly serves business with no friction. If that's not the case, y'all have the chance to prove it by moving at the speed of the people, the speed that these people would like you to move at. The reality of this situation is that we have a government that is directly in line with business interests, that is moving at the speed of Avista, at the speed of Boeing, of Raytheon, of Blue Origin, of the casino, I guess, because one of them is going to be held at the, tribal grounds near the recreational center where people try to have recreation, not be swarmed by the buzz of a data center or the generators or anything like that. We are dealing with evil, and that evil is profitable. We should oppose that evil.
Your time is up.
The planning commission operates under the same rules as the Board of County Commissioners, which requests decorum in the chamber. No applause, no jeering. Make your statement. We are listening to you, but please keep it quiet.
Nobody has cheered. I think it's the fact that they have 2 minutes of time, and when you applause, he stops speaking, which takes up his time, and I would like him to be able to speak and have his 2 minutes of time.
Yeah,
No,
I think
I have a 2-minute timer. It was 2 minutes.
well,
And of course, we all want a good, healthy nature around us. We live here too. We're also, we are a volunteer up here. We want a good, healthy backyard as well. And another way that we can get to that, data centers is all driven off of internet, right? We can help ourselves out by not signing up to so many apps, to so many different things that help drive these centers and big money to come here.
The apps existed before that were a problem.
Not apps. About us, not apps. Don't do this. Don't use it.
Please come to order, please. Jennifer S. That's it, right? Right there. Thank you. And next will be Shanna Reese, who will be after her. Thank you. Jennifer, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, first of all, my name is Jennifer Aikens. I live within the city limits. I want to say thank you very much for your volunteer time. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for listening to us.
Absolutely.
I am absolutely overwhelmed by the response that the people of Spokane County and the people of Spokane City have pulled out on very short notice. And the very short notice is the thing that I'm very much opposed to. I am not naive. I do not think that data centers will never exist. I know that your job, I'm going to try to go faster here. Your responsibility, I believe, is to plan for a better future for all of us, to make recommendations, to plan for a better future for all of us, excuse me. With that in mind, I hope that you will recommend a more stringent environmental review than the state or the federal government requires. We are Spokane. We are separate. We are different. I hope that will include a critical deep dive into the claims of jobs that have been mentioned. Anybody can say we're bringing jobs. Let's see the numbers. Let's see what kind of jobs. Are these working class jobs? Are these union jobs? Are these jobs that are paying a living wage? Are these jobs that we want here? I also hope that you will recommend a moratorium so that you can recommend plans. Planning takes time. Planning takes energy. You all are volunteering, putting your energy into this. You've got a lot of people who are really mad about the lack of transparency. Put a halt on it so that a plan can come forward that is transparent, that includes information from the people, for the people. We are a government of the people, for the people. Let's keep it that way in Spokane, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No applause. Who's next? Shannon? You're next.
Hello, my
Welcome.
name's Shannon Reese. I'm from Spokane Valley. I've never been to one of these before, so I initially came to ask questions about trying to get a comment. So I've been reviewing the Spokane County public records related to the proposed Avista large load customer. I just received them yesterday, so there's a ton to go through, so I haven't really gotten through a lot of them, but I'm trying to better understand the county's planning process. In the records I received from Spokane County, there's an internal email from June of 2026, and one of the planners wrote that the planning's current stance was that the proposed project was not permittable at this time. And I'm not quite sure what that means. If anyone here can explain it to me, that would be great. And one of the reasons I'm asking is through some of those same public records, I also somewhat reviewed the Bluebird substation and the Garden Springs project. Those records show what appears to be a typical permitting process, including pre-application meetings, environmental review, and critical area review. I'm trying to understand the difference between those projects and the proposed large load customer that planning described as not permittable at this time. And basically I'm asking if you could help the public understand what made the proposed project different from the county's perspective, and just keep us involved in the planning process and letting us know things well ahead of time and explaining it in a way that normal people like us can understand, because we're not in planning, so a lot of us don't understand that jargon. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Scott, did you want to comment on?
Mr. Chairman, if there is an application, it'll certainly be handled in the traditional fashion, but I think what the speaker is referring to is the current Spokane County Code is what we call silent on data centers. They're not listed at all, which means by that definition, there is no direct path to permitting a data center. What happens is if there is an application, it has to be looked at as does it fit something else in the zoning code? And they're a pretty unique beast, so it would be a challenge to see how that would happen. Which is why we are not actively pursuing anything. We're waiting for the Board of County Commissioners to provide guidance on how they want to proceed.
In case someone in the room doesn't know who you are, will you state
Oh,
your
I'm
name
sorry.
and your title and your?
Yes, I'm happy to. I'm Scott Chesney. I am the County Planning Director.
Thank you. All right, we have some people online. Let's do a couple of those now.
Okay, you bet. This would be, I believe it's Reverend Adam Toby.
Reverend? Okay.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Reverend Adam Toby, and I'm a pastor at Bethany Presbyterian Church on the South Hill and am a resident in Spokane County. And I'm joining this meeting today to comment on the large-scale data center development. As people who serve the public, I'm asking the Planning Commission as well as the county commissioners to keep in mind the following as they continue to discern how the county will manage these conversations moving forward. First, I'm asking the county leadership as a whole to just slow down. Community members want to see a real plan for assessing the impact on land, animal, water, radiation, air quality, and human quality of life. Furthermore, because this is new technology, how do we know that our current laws, rules, and regulations regarding zoning and assessing environmental impact are adequate for such new technology? Such things need to be looked at and discussed. Secondly, we need county leadership to seriously consider what the benefit of a large-scale data center would actually be to our area. Is it worth the energy usage? The initial proposed project to Avista would use nearly a third of the energy Avista produced last year. How will such a project
not strain resources, and keep energy costs down for Spokane County residents. The public needs clear, comprehensive answers on this with well-researched data. Thirdly, we all know about the amount of water that's used and that the Spokane River ran dry last year and is on track to do the same this year. That needs to be brought into consideration as well. And lastly, though perhaps most importantly, this is really a justice issue. As a faith leader in the community, my particular tradition understands that the first commandment made to humans is to serve and protect the earth. This is a foundational principle to the Christian faith, and thus far, data centers have been incredibly detrimental to the environment. Also, many of these are built in low income housing areas and have decreased quality of life and added dangers to people's lives. It's not right for us to build progress amongst marginalized communities when they're the ones being negatively affected by such projects. Thank you for your time. And we look forward as community members to more responsible, thoughtful, and better researched approach to this than we have seen elsewhere in the country.
Thank you very much.
We have more.
We'll go to one more.
Okay.
Let me just announce, after we're finished with the one online, the next one, we'd like to hear from Alexandra Biggs, and it's followed by Katie Sheehan.
Okay, so we have Emma on the phone.
Someone's on the phone?
Emma.
Emma, okay. Emma, are you there?
She just.
Emma, turn your mic on.
Can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Sorry, I don't know what happened. My name is Emma Kilgore, and I'm here to talk about data centers.
Okay.
So, my husband and I bought our first house in the Cheney area 2 years ago, and the proposed data center off Medical Lake Highway is within a mile of me. This is the 4th consecutive year of drought that our state has declared. Projections are saying that summers are only going to get hotter and drier. The University of Cambridge ran a 20-year study that found data centers raise temperatures by 4 degrees on average in their neighborhoods. And in some cases, it was by 16 degrees hotter. You don't have to look hard to find that information. We have the right to open our window and not hear several hundreds of acres worth of turbines. We have the right to vote on what leaders are proposing to turn our community into. If the company is not complying with regulation, how will the county hold them accountable? How many late fees can a large tech corporation reasonably pay to flout the rules? How long will data centers be responsible for providing their own electricity, or how long can residents expect to not share the bill? How will they treat the water they're pulling before they're releasing it back into the community? Have any studies been done to see how such a massive building will impact insect populations and our farms, some of which reside within a 2-mile radius? All we have to do is look to our neighbors in Utah, Michigan, Nevada, across the country to see what will happen here. And if the board can't reasonably answer each question, each concern with hard promises backed by data not paid for by the very people trying to sell us on it, we don't want it. It needs to come to a vote by the public. Thank you.
Thank you. May we hear from Alexandra Biggs, please? Welcome.
Thank you for hearing us today and giving us the opportunity to speak.
My name is. Pleasure. Thanks for doing it. Thanks for coming down.
My name is Alexandra Biggs. I'm with White Bluff Prairie Coalition in the West Plains, and I'm a stakeholder. I've lived in the West Plains since 1983. I've been down here many, many times through the years. I'm here because the county is on the edge of making a mistake we cannot undo. A data center, normal industry uses, and pretending that they and how the county end up with environmental damage, grid instability, and massive public costs. Spokane County needs a dedicated data center code zone. So I'm here for that as far as what we would like to see if there's not a pause or a ban to allow us time to look at all the impacts it could have and all the information that we can gather with the time that we need. That's why the city and Vista paused this, because of a lot of the outpouring of the citizens of Spokane, the stakeholders of Spokane, not just somebody who bought some land and could put it into industrial whatever. This has to do with every single citizen here in Spokane, and we want you guys to make the best choice. And so long-range planning and all the planning that goes in has not been able to deal with this in a lot of different places around the country. And so here we are, we have a chance to pause this and to make the right decisions. Do we have the right place in Spokane County to have a dedicated data center zone code where it is not industrial, not mining, not agricultural, a zoning that's specifically for this industry? And we need some limits. And we need limits on size. We need limits on how many. Years ago, I was here and we didn't know how many things were going on in our city. We need inventory. Okay, thank you for hearing me.
You, did you submit this? This was here.
Yes.
I wanted you to have that for
You.
some more information about how you might go about planning.
You're welcome to submit written things.
We've got it.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, just a quick interlude here. The speaker mentioned to getting planning for this in terms of zoning. We are, and we'll get to it later this morning, talk about the comprehensive plan, but this is on our radar, so to speak, to try to create zoning code and specific guidelines for this as part of the plan by the end of the year, regardless of the board's decision on how they move forward. So there's two things. One is what happens if there's somebody at the doorstep wanting to apply, but in the longer range planning part, we're accumulating data, we're looking at best practices, and we're going to have something to share with you somewhere later in the year. So we are absolutely aware of this and trying to put it into the traditional planning package.
So I think we can draw the conclusions of the comments from the public today are very purposeful and very useful.
Yes.
So thank you very much. You're Katie, and after that will be Adriana Anderson, and after that will be Dr. Elizabeth Halperin. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair.
Good morning.
And Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity for public testimony. My name is Katie Sheehan and I live in Spokane. I'm here to testify in support of a moratorium on large load customers and data centers in Spokane County, non-incorporated Spokane County. Since 2021, I have been on the Washington State Building Code Council representing the general public seat. And from 2020 to 2025, I also sat on the University District Development Board. I also have managed the Saranac and community buildings at the East End downtown for over a decade. So all of my testimony is entirely my own, and I'm not representing these organizations here, but I bring it up to show that I have some code development and community development experience. What I know is that good community and code development requires transparency and due process. Developing data centers represents a massive increase in the use of our resources that we all share. Good regulations will protect the environment, ratepayers, local workers and firms, our energy grid, neighboring communities, water conservation and quality. They will also protect us from noise and a surveillance state that is mining our community's data. It's a huge regulatory project, and to do it well, it cannot be rushed or done behind closed doors. A moratorium protects the public while a public process brings these developments out in the open. I am not the expert here, but it looks like an interested party can request that the board initiate a zoning text amendment by submitting a request to the department. And I would suggest that this is an interested party doing that, so the public. So please consider moratorium that would protect the public process, bring it out into the open, and consider recommending a moratorium to our county commissioners. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you so much for being here. My name is Aubriana Anderson and I'm coming to you from the Spokane Valley. I appreciate your time volunteering. I do it a lot, and applause. Life is crazy and busy. I believe that we need more than a pause on a situation like this. Those are temporary, and I urge you to halt development of large load infrastructure and create a cap
on the amount of buildings that are allowed to have that much power and a cap on the amount of power they're allowed to have. I had to pay $70 to get the public records, and Brittany, my friend, had to wait a month to get a response. And we found out a lot of things. 1,000 megawatts of power is what this data center is said to be at by 2032. They're asking for 16 million gallons of water a day. And I think what hasn't been hit on yet is what these data centers hold. Because it's not just our apps, it's not just AI. They're storing the flock cameras. They're storing infrared dot projections that unknowingly map our surroundings from our cell phones, our TVs, and our computers. There's face scans. Our phones take pictures of us every 3 seconds that we don't even know about. The school laptops, I don't know if you saw the one that they had thousands of pictures of kids from online school because the teachers can watch through. There's signal trafficking that connects from the flock cameras that uses Bluetooth to connect to our pet chips, our cell phones, our license plates, so that they can create a tracking system and record my everyday commute. Like, I don't need a data center to let you know that I went to the corner mart and got a coffee. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Doctor Elizabeth, okay.
Yeah.
Next.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Dr. Elizabeth O'Halloran. I grew up in rural Spokane County and I currently live in Spokane County. I appreciate that you folks are letting us give public input today. Thank you. I've seen a lot of changes here. Spokane County is becoming a desert. Now, thanks to Al French and Josh Kearns, our county may be burdened with an aquifer drying, river drying, enormous data center and hydrogen splitting plant, and possibly more than one. This plan will accelerate the desertification of our county. Al French does not want any public input, so we need your help. Please tell the county commissioners for us that I don't want Al French and Josh Kearns' plan. Tell them that I want an ordinance requiring full transparency and public input regarding any new data center larger than 2 megawatts in our county. That I would like ordinances on data centers that restrict water use and require 100% clean energy. I want ordinances against noise and light pollution. I would like tech companies to pay for all transmission lines and infrastructure built to accommodate their centers, as well as not transfer the power costs to ratepayers. I want no land taken by eminent domain for data centers. Eminent domain should never be used to subsidize thieving tech companies. We need your help to let them know. We also beseech you, as you complete the 20-year comprehensive plan, please plan for climate resilience, clean air, clean and abundant water, sustainable natural beauty, habitat for wildlife, and not for county killing data centers. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We still have 4 people. Stephen, we also have 4 people online.
Let's do 2 more online.
Okay.
And while they're online, the next 2 people will be James Cutter. I think is that right? And Rebecca Moorhead. Those will be next after these 2 online. Thank you. Open the mics, please.
So we have Brittany.
Brittany, okay. Brittany.
Hi there. Thank you for letting me speak this morning. My name is Brittany Anderson, and I oppose moving this proposed data center to move forward and under the current process. Residents should not have needed public records requests to discover the meetings and communications involving county officials, Avista, Inland Power, possibly Tribal Power, and project-related parties that were already happening. Since those records were released, the county has not formally addressed the public. You've had a week since this came out. There's been multiple amounts of information all over everywhere you can possibly look for the past year. Nothing has been explained that was what was discussed or provided a complete description of the project. This is not meaningful transparency. I also want a clear answer about the proposed 65 decibel noise limit, where it will be measured at the facility's property line, at a neighboring property, or near someone's home. It will include will it include the combined continuous noise from cooling fans, transformers, substations, and generators, including low frequency humming and vibration? Research cited by the Sierra Club warns that AI data center noise may travel significant distances and that low frequency cooling noise may not be stopped by traditional sound barriers. The public should not have to prove harm after construction. Before this project moves forward, we need independent studies of noise, water, power grid costs, diesel emissions, agriculture, pollinators, emergency services, and future expansion. I am asking for a moratorium longer than 9 months because I feel like 9 months is not long enough, at least a year. There is a lot of information we don't know, and we need to update zoning codes, full disclosure of the project records and agreements, and formally noticed public hearing devoted specifically to this proposal. We oppose decisions being made before the affected community has been fully informed and meaningfully heard. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
Do we have another from online?
yeah. Next would be Stephanie Baker.
Stephanie Baker?
Yes.
Stephanie, you have the mic?
All right, can you hear me?
You can.
All right, my name's Stephanie Baker. I'm a resident of Spokane County living out in the Marshall area. And I am also here today to ask you to strongly recommend that the Board of County Commissioners approve that moratorium on the development of the data centers. I'm coming today to speak on behalf of myself and so many others who wanted to be here today, but they are stuck at work. I'm also speaking on behalf of my children who are going to have to live with the long-term consequences of any decisions that the county makes right now. As we've heard through everyone's input, there have been multiple developers that are investigating the building of these massive resource-consuming data centers within Spokane County, and thus far there has been no transparency from the county. Most residents, like myself, are just beginning to find out all of the details and the negotiations that have been going on in the background. And even that is only because of the other citizens, some of whom have already spoken, who submitted records requests and shared what they learned. As residents of Spokane County, we deserve to have transparency on input on whether we want these data centers in our community. My understanding is that as a planning commission, you are charged with planning for the development of our county in ways that support our well-being and our environment and do not cause harm. I'm asking you to follow through with those duties, strongly recommend that moratorium on data centers to the county commissioners, and use that time, as has already been described, to do the research on the long-term effects on the electrical grid, our water, our cost of living, our quality of life. That you encourage that information to be shared transparently and publicly with county residents, and conduct those public hearings so that we all have a say in determining if this is something we want to move forward with at all and under what circumstances. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, just a quick reminder. Of course. And we certainly understand the need for transparency and other things. That's what this commission does and what we've been doing with our comprehensive plan for 3 years. When we said before, we are updating our development codes and in trying to fill in gaps in the definitions like data centers. That process will be fully transparent. It will be fully posted on the board. There will be public meetings here before there's public hearings later in the fall. So as any of this moves forward, regardless of whether there's a proposal in front of the commission, in updating our codes, we will be making sure that we keep the public involved in every step of the process. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have a brief question.
Yeah.
Since we're covering a comprehensive plan today, excuse me. I'm just curious to know, is there some specific or general policy guidance that is in the comprehensive plan that is being contemplated that would underpin development regulations?
I'm not sure I understand precisely. The comp plan does provide, as you know, goals, policies that are directed toward growth. And then that growth is regulated by the zoning code, the subdivision code, and the regulatory system. So yes, it provides guidance to that. Comprehensive plans are more general for the most part. So yes, it talks about industry jobs and things like that. So as any option comes in, it's filtered through those evaluating steps.
I think that you've answered my question. Thank you.
That answer your question? Yeah. James? Gunner? Who's going to speak next? James? Yeah. Not here? Okay, next is Rebecca Moorhead. And after Rebecca will be Jeff Burglar, Lugler, Coach. And after that, Lori Swanger.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Rebecca Moorhead. I live in Spokane County and I believe I'm a stakeholder. I use our environment. I'm here as a resident whose home relies on a private well. I'm here as someone who grows a garden with that water and who recreates with my family on our beautiful local lakes in the Spokane River. I'm here to tell you that we cannot afford this data center. The developers want us to look at the project in a vacuum. They want us to focus on abstract promises of tech advancement while keeping their actual blueprints hidden behind a wall of corporate secrecy. But we know what the data center brings: total environmental devastation. Let's talk about the raw reality of what these facilities do to local resources. According to United Nations and World Resources Institute data, a large data center consumes up to 5 million gallons of water every single day. That's equivalent to the daily water footprint of a city of 50,000 people, all being sucked out of the single watershed. With a billion-dollar corporation drops a giant soda straw into our region, it doesn't just lower the water table, it threatens the Spokane Valley Raft and Prairie Aquifer. It threatens the stream flow of the Spokane River. It directly threatens the private wells that the families like mine rely on to live. And it leaves behind a wake of thermal pollution that triggers toxic algae blooms in our surface waters. And it isn't just a threat to our water. The pollution footprint of these facilities is staggering. The UN reported that global data center energy consumption produces 208 million tons of carbon dioxide emissions annually. Worse yet, with the grid is strained, these facilities fire up industrial diesel backup generators that emit 200 to 600 times more toxic nitrogen oxides than a standard power plants, causing massive spikes in localized air pollution and public health costs. The lack of transparency surrounding this project is not an accident. It is necessary for them. Because if they were honest about their sheer volume of resources that they're going to consume and pollute, they know that the community would never allow it. Do not allow a data center in our area. Thank you.
Don't do it.
Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Jeff Mergler.
Mergler. Got it.
Very much
Sorry about
close
that.
enough. It's always mangled a little bit. I live in Spokane City and I am here. I'm here to plus one on the previous speaker. She stole 99% of my thunder, so I won't repeat it, but that was an outstanding overview. What I will say is that I would like to see a moratorium on data centers, whether it's 9 months or a year, so that you all can have some time to make smart decisions about this. There's a lot of factors to consider. For me, the most important, there are many important factors, but for me as a retired former data professional, knowing what we're dealing with here, this water supply we have is so precious. It's our sole source aquifer. We cannot take chances on it. The data center that we're talking about is called a hyperscaler data center. It is not like old data centers. It is using newer chips from NVIDIA that require liquid cooling over the top of every single one of those GPUs. That liquid cooling requires water from a clean, non-polluted water source. They can't have polluted water run through that system. The clean water source cools the chips circulates, goes to a heat exchanger. The heat exchanger evaporates the water into the air or dumps the water that hasn't evaporated either onto a retention pool or back into the aquifer. That does not sound like a good idea to me. There needs to be some sort of regulation to protect our aquifer. We're in a level 2 drought right now. I can only do lawn watering 2 days a week. The data center is going to put us in a level 3 drought much earlier because the water table is going to close. So very much appreciate the planning director's thoughtfulness about his looking into this, and I encourage that. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Lori Swanner, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. I live on a fifth generation. My husband and I are 5th generation on our farm. We live a mile from where the Gray Road fire ignited. If the winds had gone the other direction, it would have taken out my entire family legacy. I don't need to tell you that I am concerned about the drought that we currently face and that we have as farmers. I know it's been longer than 5 years, I'll tell you that. And the need to keep a green zone with a well around our place so that we can stay safe when I have timber in front of me and on both ends and a grain field currently growing behind me. Our aquifer is precious for so many reasons. And it concerns me that already in August, our aquifer, our well, gets taxed. I have to really watch my watering. And other towns near me in Medical Lake and in Cheney have restrictions as well. We need to think about safety as well as the pollution and all of these other pieces that people are pulling out are very important as well. But we have had fire this year that started already in May and in June. It gets earlier and earlier every single year. We need to protect our resources that will help us to protect ourselves from that. And we need to not pollute, but squander our resources for little gain. The other thing that occurred to me too recently, I had Avista send me the report card. I don't know if anyone receives their report card, and I was on the bad list. I'm using too much energy, probably the air conditioner right now, right? But what will this add to that as well? Thank you for your time, and I urge you to, at very least, put a moratorium on this.
You're coming down. So, any more online? Two more, let's do those.
Okay.
And then we have Elizabeth Melville. Who will be next after that? No, let's do the 2 online.
Okay.
Then we'll do Elizabeth Melville. And Jerry Comer didn't say data center, he just said no at the top. Does that mean no data centers or no, I don't want to speak? I don't know, but if you want to speak, you got a card for that. You're ready to go.
Okay.
Just need to know.
First person is Bradley.
Who? Yeah.
Bradley.
Okay, Bradley.
Yeah, my name is Bradley Size. I'm one of those that just found out about this today at work. I'm just working down the street downtown from you guys. I just wanted to second what everybody else said as far as putting in a moratorium of at least 1 year. And also, if you are going to ignore the thoughts and feelings of the public, I would request that you create a bond, some kind of insurance that the large lot customer would have to pay into, so that when this eventual AI bubble pops, that the community is not going to suffer the devastation it's already caused. So if there's going to be a plan to proceed, then I would hope that all the costs would be on the tech center. But I strongly encourage the 1 year moratorium.
Thank you, Bradley. Next.
That would be Austin Fuller.
Austin, okay.
Hi, my name is Austin Fuller. I work for a company called Whipple Consulting Engineers. I'm just here to kind of talk, not really on behalf of them, but I had a quick question. Will there be time for us to talk later for when we talk about the zoning code?
Absolutely.
Okay, perfect. So I guess,
Your comments till then?
yes, I would like to make a quick comment though, if that's all right.
It's perfectly okay.
Okay. So, there are a lot of comments, and it seems like there's a lot of distrust for the planning process right now. And I just wanted to say that, we work on subdivisions, and this is just a comment from me, not from the company, but we work on subdivisions all the time, and it can take us, up to a year or 2 years to get done with even small subdivisions. You got 10 lots, 20 lots, whatever. That's because, if there's a wetland on or near the site, or if the mapping system says there is, we'll have to send out a wetland biologist. If there's any kind of steep slopes, we'd have to send a geologist, or not a geologist, but a geotechnical engineer out. The county has a process for this sort of thing. And while I wish it would take us less time to get through subdivisions, I do trust that process to an extent. And I know that that would also be applicable to any sort of application for a specific data center. It sounds like they're just in talks now, but they would have to do a SEPA checklist. That would have a public comment period. They'd have to do an EIS. Most likely, that would have a public comment period. So I just wanted to say, hey, I trust the planning department to follow through with that as required by state law. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, as promised, Elizabeth Melville.
My name's Elizabeth Melville, and I am recommending a moratorium. And really, if I speak my heart, I'm recommending it's just say no to the data center. I am just so frustrated, probably to the point I might cry up here, that the people who we elect to serve us are serving big business and not the people. I don't see anything that we gain by putting this data center in. We talk about economic gain of jobs or maybe a property break. A property break goes to people. It helps somebody who has a home worth $500,000. It doesn't help somebody who's renting. It doesn't help somebody who has a little place that doesn't have much property tax. And what about the economics of people moving away? What about the economics of people not wanting to come here? I mean, we have a problem. If there's a data center here and people don't want to live here, those who have the means will move. Those who don't have the means will be stuck, and new people won't want to come to the area. That is a high economic cost. I also just want to think about, what do we gain and what do we lose? What do we gain with the data center? I can look up how many songs did Elvis write. I can look up the words for a song, so I can do a sing along. I'm going to have my every move at some point monitored. We live in the United States, where what we value most is freedom. And yet we are paying as citizens to put a surveillance in where we're tracked by our phones. What are we doing? Why are we wanting to have a data center? So if somebody knows where I go to the store, somebody knows where I talk. I mean, are we a country of freedom, or are we going to just give it all away to the big corporate interests? And not to mention the river. Oh my gosh, the river. I mean, the fish and the birds and everything that we value. It's connected to the aquifer. We'll lose our river.
Thank you.
Okay, so she lost connection.
Melville. Jerry, are you still here?
Yeah, that's me, and I'm just saying, no.
People online.
Breaking on that.
So
No,
all
I'm
your
saying you should go.
Go to the data center.
No.
You didn't want to come up to the mic? That's another night. All right, well, thank you, Jerry. Your comment has been recorded. Denise Filardi, now you just walked in, but thank you.
And
You're
then,
next.
and then we'll have some more.
There's one.
One more afterwards.
Have one more.
You'll do great.
Thank you.
Well, I've lived in Spokane County since 2016. I come from Cooten County.
Identify yourself, please.
Well, my name is Denise Belardi. I live in.
Puts that mic down right there.
My name is Denise Belardi. I live in Spokane County. I moved here in 2016 after a tragic divorce. I lived in Kootenai County for 27 years. I drilled a well that was over 800 feet deep. It cost me and my family $30,000 to get the water out of it. It makes me so sad that you don't realize that these aquifers are connected to each other. That you would put people and their livelihood in jeopardy, that you would take water from my grandchildren to spy on Americans. What is going on? I am scared to live in my town. People are watching me drive back and forth to work. I work around these GPUs. I work for UPS. I taped my GPU this morning that I had to work around for 3 hours straight. Would you like to hear what it sounds like? Would you? It's traumatizing. It gives me a migraine for 3 days. These machines are catastrophic for everybody in the area. Please say no to these data centers. We cannot afford the resources. We cannot afford our livelihoods. This is my only investment here. Am I going to lose my home because people won't buy it because I can't get water out of it? Am I going to lose my homeowner's insurance because I can't get water out of my home? Are the people that I love in Kootenai County going to lose their financing because you can't get enough water out of those wells for the bank to finance you? What is going on? Where are our code enforcement? Where are the people watching out for us, American citizens? Please, thank you. No data centers, not good for us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Online.
Yes, Ashley May.
Ashley?
Hello,
Hello,
I'm
Ashley.
here today to discuss the data centers. I have actually been putting on events to help educate the community as well as our government. And honestly, it's very frustrating. We hear from Avista that they are going and willing to do a year pause as well as our city council. Yet here we are today again having these issues. And I don't really understand why the government is not paying attention to the issues around globally. We've seen time and time again the effects that these data centers have on our community, our resources, our water. We don't need a pause to think about and learn about the effects of these. I mean, as government officials, you guys should be up to date and educated before the community. And yet here we are trying to be the leaders and teach you guys. It's not helpful, and it's going to destroy everything that we worked so hard to create. I live over here in North Idaho, and recently we had a breach in our security. We had our background information, our fingerprints, our addresses, everything stolen in a cyber attack, which was not discussed until months later with given just an apology. And if something like that can happen in such a small area, think about the large amount of cybersecurity loss that we will have with these data centers. So I think that that is a very important issue to focus on, as well as agricultural and farmland. I've had speakers come up from Boise to discuss the loss of their flock, as well as the fact that none of their cattle have actually been having births. They've been having nothing but stillbirths since being put next to a data center. So we are losing our water, our land, our animals, and our food. And I think that that needs to be considered. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
I don't have anybody else on the line.
No one else?
Nope. Now I have someone.
Just so you know,
Can you come down? Did you want to speak?
Can I play the video for you just so you can hear what kind of noise that these data centers will put out? Yeah. Yes.
No.
GPU system that's hooked up to an airplane when there's not enough battery charge to start the airplane. Airplanes do not back. Airplanes do not back out. They do not have a reverse. They are pushed back by a pushback. We assist the airplane with the starting with this GPU. All these data centers are ran on them. You know, Elon Musk promised to put out 33, he put out 55. This is what they sound like. It's not anything that anybody wants to live next to. It's not anything that's peaceful. You will never get a good night's sleep. It will traumatize you. Nobody will ever have babies. Listen to them.
Right there next to the mic.
This is the constant buzzing. The constant buzzing, sir. And it gets louder as you go into it. I'm driving my tug. This is what it looks like. It's just a GPU system. And they just get louder and louder. The constant humming. Would you like that? Like, would you want to pay property tax on a home with a sound like that? Would you want the water coming out of your home to be discharged and nasty like that? And these don't even have the turbines hooked to them. Please think about what you're doing to our community. Think about what you're doing in the Pacific Northwest. People want to be here right now. If we change the environment, they won't want to be here. They will not want to be here. They will not pay your taxes. They will not vote for you.
Ma'am,
Please do the right thing.
ma'am, your time is over. Okay, I have 3 people online.
3 people online.
Yes. The first one would be Princess Dallas Lyle.
Princess?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Dallas Lyle, and I live on the West Plains. I live 1 mile away from the proposed large load data center. I am absolutely against placing a large load data center in Spokane County near the airport. You have heard the numerous reasons why we do not want it. I know you prefer that we not repeat our comments, and that has been said, but our freedom of speech allows us to. I am angry that what I heard on a meeting of the Spokane County Commissioners that took place on July 21st this year from my local county commissioner. Labeling anyone who is against having a data center in their backyard as un-American is not only untrue, it is disgusting behavior. Please listen to us today because we are fully aware by the lack of transparency in the last week, we are not being heard. Thank you for your time, Commission.
Next.
Jack?
Jack?
Yes.
Okay, Jack. You have the mic?
Yes, and my name is Jackie. Can you guys hear me?
Oh, Jack.
Oh, Jackie, sorry.
Hello. I will be brief because I have actually seen what these data centers do on a national scale. And I will explain how they will affect you, the commissioning board, you, the board who have the responsibility over us. You will not have clean drinking water. It has been reported that millions of these gallons of water are actually underreported. So whatever the corporations are telling you, as someone who has been the right hand of some of these CEOs, I can tell you they are lying to you. I am very aware of what they are capable of doing, and they do not care about anybody but themselves. They have already put in place a Vista job postings. I have seen them to move forward with this project against what the people have said. Millions of bees have crossed the world, not just in here, but the world outside of our borders have already dropped dead because of these data centers. As a previous person mentioned, the stillborn. Now imagine what that would do to humans. I doubt that the hospital nearby, which is a huge medical hub, Spokane, will have a lot of problems with these data centers. Here is why. They will suck up the energy. They will cause an influx of medical issues, which people have already reported from contaminated water in their systems. You are not above these people, Commissioner. They will come for you too. They will take your water, just like they will take ours. We as the citizens are not the only people that are going to be affected. If you think that it will just affect us, you are very wrong. They are very aware of what this will do to the community. I am telling you, Do not allow them to put it in place because the human body cannot live without 3 days without water. 3 days. And they will suck up every ounce of water from us. And not right now, AI data centers are actually setting themselves on fire because they do not have enough water from local areas. And what happens when those fires spread and there's no water to put them out because they've already sucked it all up? How are we going to put them out? There's one other thing. Those contaminated waters from those data centers, they go back to our drinking water, your drinking water. If you think this will just not affect you, you are very wrong. I am very aware of what these people are capable of because they are unashamed of their actions and they will continue regardless of what they say. I yield my time.
Thank you. One more. Okay. Who's his name?
This would be Curtis.
Curtis? Okay. Curtis, your mic is open. Curtis?
Hi there, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi there, I would also just like to register my no vote on allowing a data center in Spokane County. I would just like to point out that Spokane is currently under a moderate drought, with a severe drought being experienced in Kootenai County. The data centers are also a lost cause, as the GPUs will frequently burn out, be unusable, and will constantly have to be replaced. I do not see that this is going to be an effective use of our money, our tax dollars, or allowing it in our county. I would just again like to register as a disagreement to allowing this data center to move forward.
Thank you.
And then I have another person raised hand.
Another person?
Yes. This would be, last name is Toledo.
Say last name?
Toledo.
Toledo?
Yes.
Okay. Your mic is open. Hello.
Hello?
Yes. Welcome.
Yes. Well, my name is Sonia Mullen. I don't know how to get to where I can say something.
Okay. You have the mic.
Oh, okay. Well, I am a very, very strong no on any data centers around here. We moved here in 1972, and we've seen explosive growth, fires all the time, low water counts. We have our property, 11 acres on the West Plains, and we're afraid that we're going to lose our water and our property value because somebody else pointed out, if we're uninsurable, we have no water, who's going to put a value on my property? And who will be responsible for that if that happens to me? This is our life earnings and the only thing we have left. My dad passed away. We're all former military. We all serve this great country. And please, please take the people's land and the people in account. Don't do this. Zoning, whatever you got to do, zoning's great, but when it comes down to the people's land, lives, prosperity, it's just not worth it. Anyways, I'm a strong no. Thank you for taking my time, or thank you for taking my opinion on this.
You're welcome.
I yield.
Okay. I don't have anyone else.
Okay. Have we missed anybody in the audience?
Yeah, that's this person here. I filled
All
out a
right.
yellow form, but my name
Would
is.
you please have one? Yeah, you're welcome.
This is.
Oh, good.
Thank you.
Good.
And I have copies for everyone else. My name is Mary Benham.
Mary?
Mary.
Mary.
Yes, that's correct. I live in the West Plains.
Okay.
I'm here because this is a county planning process. We're talking about a comprehensive land use plan for the next 20 years. This comp plan cannot be finalized without data center provisions. You have our good director, Mr. Chesney, and all of you, your responsibility for the future is enormous. And I'm asking you, each one of you, please do your own research while you're working on the planning commission. Do your own research on this. I think we're all learning today now a lot of facts that we were not aware of. We have no idea what the real plan for Abacus is beyond the fact that we know they're seeking 1,000 megawatts. We need protections adopted in the comp plan. Do I need to repeat this for our director? Please, we need protections adopted in the comp plan. This is the first time today that I have heard our good planning director speak to the fact that, are you aware that the data center will be discussed, worked on, planned on for the comp plan? Has this been on your agenda? Or is this the first time you have heard about it? It's the first time I've heard about it. I would appreciate an answer if possible.
Sure, I'll answer. We have discussed data centers very briefly and have asked to have some conversation about it at our last meeting or the meeting before, but that's the extent of our conversations.
All right, so obviously we need to go deeper and we need to insist. Thank you.
When's the next conversation? Or is this it?
To, I guess, bring some clarity and perhaps a reminder to the audience, the Planning Commission does not have any topic on data centers before it today. It won't be discussing this today. And until we get a little further in the comprehensive plan, we will be discussing it in the development code section while we're creating that code for the future. So that's to come in the coming months. But there's nothing on the Planning Commission's current agenda today or in our advance agenda. If the Board of County Commissioners takes an action in the coming weeks, then we will respond to that in whatever direction we are given.
So we hear you. We are a planning commission that makes recommendations from what you guys say, from what we hear and take notes on, and we give our recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners. When do you give your recommendation?
It will be as part of the comprehensive plan, unless there's anything more specific that comes out of board action in the interim. The comprehensive plan has to be done by the end of the year, so it will be at the moment the public hearings, the planned public hearings for the full plan are scheduled late October and the second Thursday in November. So those would be the times that this group would be asked to be making a formal recommendation to the board.
There are times I'm sorry. There are people. We don't know how to talk to the commissioners. No, that's okay. I had people online who had their hands raised also to speak. So I just wanted to let you know.
I just have a quick question. I understand that we're under a set of very tight deadlines to get to the end of the year, finish line, so to speak. Is there any time to build in a working study meeting, just informational to the planning commission about how the data center regulations might?
Of course, we would welcome doing that at your request.
I would so request. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I know we're trying to be as inclusive as possible. We have an existing agenda that is going to take quite some time today. You may, if we're running out of folks to talk, perhaps it would be time to take a break and move on, but I will leave that to you.
I do have 2 people online who've been waiting.
Do the 2 people on? 2 more people.
Oh, 3 people now. Sorry. Okay.
Actually, wasn't there before this?
Just
Don't go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere.
Okay, so
I'll take a quick break and then go. It'll be good.
okay, so we have David online.
Let's make these the last 3 because we have
Okay.
a massive agenda. Thank you. David?
Oh, we have David.
You're unmuted.
He's not unmuting himself.
He is not.
He has not. So, we can go to Ashley.
Hello. I know I spoke before. I just had a couple of questions moving forward in regards to transparency. I feel like a lot of us are kind of curious. When I hear planning, it sounds like a deal that has already been done, and you're just kind of letting the community know that there will be steps moving forward in regards to this set plan. Is there anything that can keep this data center from being built? Why are we not allowed to vote on this as a community if this is not a shady deal? Shouldn't it be up to us to decide since we live here?
Mr. Chairman, I would always suggest that the caller take that concern directly to the Board of Commissioners that has the power to vote on this and is elected by these people.
When
They meet every week on Tuesday morning. Tuesdays at 2:00. Here.
Mr. Chairman? Yes. I really appreciate what has happened today. For those of you that don't know, I've been around the horn a couple times. I was one of the originators that when the GMA came to Spokane 20 years ago, I was serving on the board at that time. And the participation of our citizens is so critical. I have been down here for so many meetings, enjoy them to no end, but there's no one sitting out there until it's in your backyard. And actually, for future planning for the next 20 years, it's in your backyard. So encourage people to participate. Doing our best up here, we're absorbing it, and I want to tell you all, thank you very much.
And then we have Evan Barton.
One more.
Yep.
And then move on to our next topic.
And Mr. Chairman, we understand that, and I would offer anyone else that's listening online or hears this recording later on, or people in the audience that pass this along to friends and family, they can contact us directly at any time with further comments, and we will record them and address them in the due course. So this is not to say there's no other chance to do this. We will take those comments continually through our web.
Thank you. One more. Thank you, Laura.
Yep, Evan.
Evan?
Hi there. Can you hear me?
We can, Evan.
All right. I would just like to express my opposition to a data center as well in Spokane County. I live in the Latah Valley, and we have had a fire down here like 3 blocks from my house, and just built a brand new house down here. And we're worried about it as well for the environmental purposes, as well as the fire that happened in Peaceful Valley recently. We're running out of water and the necessary resources we need to even protect our own homes and our own community from fires. And in addition to that, I just would like to request that we consider the idea that for years we were told by Avista and other power companies in the area that there wasn't even enough electricity for anybody to adopt electric vehicles. And now we're talking about adding a data center that will take away even more of the electrical grid from the citizens of Spokane County. I think there are other places for these places to do business, and I don't think that place is here in Spokane. Thank you.
Thank you, Evan.
Okay.
That should conclude our remarks for from the public.
And to be clear, do you have more and you're just not doing them, or?
If the chair of the commission is willing, can we turn to the break? Is everybody realized? I think that's what Mr. Chesney and I, what we need to do is we have a big agenda here, and as the chairman's point is, as Mr. Chesney pointed out, you always have the opportunity to talk directly with the planning department, directly, not here at this public forum, but none of your comments are foreclosed by not being able to talk today. Am I right about that, Scott?
Yes, absolutely correct.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, if I may, or are you gonna call for recess now? It's gonna something be. Okay, I have a point of discussion before that. Yeah. Then we'll take a 10-minute recess. This item's not on our agenda, and so we really don't have a ton of authority to make any action on it, but I think we can make a motion to suspend the rules. To pass a moratorium recommendation, and so I'm gonna do that. I move to suspend the rules, so that we can discuss a moratorium on data centers, or making a recommendation on a moratorium on data centers until that we can complete our cost planning process this fall, and I'm looking for a second.
No second.
I'm not sure doubt how to see, but we'll need a second, I suppose.
With no second, the motion dies.
Advice on whether we could suspend the rules.
I'm still confident we can suspend the rules, and it looked like legal said we could suspend the rules, but I understand Robert's rules pretty well, and so my motion is to suspend the rules, but if I got no second, I got no second.
She's second.
Sweet. Can I speak in favor of the motion?
I got it. Thank you.
I, it seems like common sense, basically, to me at this point. It's unclear to me, we haven't had a workshop yet, it's unclear to me what the permitting framework would be, whether this would be permitted by right or not. It seems like county planning staff is opining that it wouldn't be permitted by right. I think it would require SEPA. The site that is currently been spoke about is difficult, it includes wetlands, and is outside the UGA. However, it is proposed for UGA expansion, or at least it's under consideration for UGA expansion. But I feel like in the middle of our planning process, we ought to have a moment to recommend a pause from the county commissioners while we finish our deliberate planning process and incorporate this language into that. And I hope that you all will support suspending the rules so we can do that.
To be clear, the motion is to suspend the rules. The motion is not to endorse a moratorium or anything else at this point. The motion is merely to suspend the rules to allow that discussion.
So it would be a two-step process. First, we suspend the rules and we can have the discussion. Another motion was made, one could be made to take some action, if I understand correctly.
Okay. So does that mean we're continuing conversation?
There's no comment.
Okay, so the three people. So the three people online.
No, I don't want to make a comment, I just thought.
Okay, so I don't need to include these. Okay.
We're ready for the vote. All those in favor of suspending the rules, signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed by saying nay. Nay. Motion fails. Thank you. Thank you. I'll listen to that. Without objection, let's take a 10-minute recess. It's been 90 minutes. Thank you everyone for your time and patience, and as well as those in the audience and those online. Thank you. We will return shortly to talk about yeah, thank you so much. It's very nice.
Okay,
Put it back online.
yes.
Planning Commission is now back in session. Thank you for everyone for staying with us. It is 10:55. Next order of business is Scott Chesney will present the draft comprehensive plan 2046 elements, followed by the draft development code amendment. Mr. Chesney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the, I guess as Churchill might have said, the end of the beginning. We have before you the chapters of the comprehensive plan, most of them. All of these you have seen earlier in the year individually for public comment, for discussion. This is the chance to look through all of them and walk through all of it as a complete document. We will be giving you some of our comments as we go forward. You are welcome to interrupt at any time. You're welcome to take questions from the audience at any time. We will pause between each of the elements or each of the chapters before we go on, and then we will do our best to keep this moving. And given that we didn't anticipate an open forum of this length, if the commission feels that we've run out of time for a day, we can adjourn and we can try to schedule an interim meeting, perhaps in 2 weeks or somewhere we can this is properly noticed, but we can schedule adjourn and come back to it for a future session if necessary. So where are we? And there will be some parts of this that you have seen, you've seen bits and pieces of it all before. For our audience and others, we're going to give some basic overview of where we are, what is a comprehensive plan, how does it move forward. This is the comprehensive plan map of the state, and what it shows is which counties are what are called fully planning counties, which are generally the bigger, more urbanized ones in most cases. Some are partially planning, and those are typically involving critical areas, shoreline management, and issues related to the environment. And then there are some that are not planning for the most part. The planning goals out of the statutes are these 15. They're all very common topics that we see. This is the order in which they're listed on the RCWs. There's no priority implied in that, however. So there are the topical ones: urban growth, sprawl, transportation, housing. Transportation got pushed there second time. Sorry about that. And then citizen participation. If you recall, in 2022, you recommended and the board approved a public participation program for this process, and that was outlining how we would commit to our public to keep them involved, reflecting back to the arguments in the open forum about transparency. That was the roadmap on how we're going to talk to people, how we're going to meet them in their environment, not just in this room. And so that's been driving our public participation throughout. Historic preservation, and the new one, climate change and resiliency. You've seen some of that as we've moved forward, and we will talk about that as we go today. This is the goal statement out of the Growth Management Act. It's pretty succinct. It provides a lot of direction in relatively few words, but it's our kind of founding document or founding path on how we move forward. So the plan is our goal, or is our foundation for how we're going to be working on development projects as we move. It has these elements, and 8 of these are what are called the required elements by the Growth Management Act, and that's all but cultural resources and natural environment. Those are added because they're important to Spokane County, and so they are part of our plan beyond what is required of us by the state. So the basics, the county, you've heard, we've all talked about the county taking a broader look at our world in our planning document and not just being focused on the unincorporated parts of the county. And that's how our document will be ultimately written. It will be an inclusive document. It will share the fact that the county is a collection of great cities. We will be talking about vibrancy. We'll be talking about downtowns, as well as our direct responsibilities on the edges, because those are inherently linked socially and economically. And so it's very important that the county's plan address that bigger picture rather than be a separatist part that is more similar to a city plan. So, and a couple of points, sometimes when people think of Spokane, they don't realize, and yes, most people know the bromide biggest city between Minneapolis and Seattle. What does that mean? What that means is the market share, the market shed or capture area, people that come here for one thing or another, is really better than 2 million people in 4 states and a province. The influence of what happens in Spokane is felt by a lot of people outside of our direct jurisdiction. Next step in moving these forward, and this was at the origin, Clyde will remember, when the initial plans were done, countywide planning policies were established, and those were done specifically to reflect the county is the regional government in GMA world, but it's designed to cooperate, collaborate with the cities and not be at odds. And so the countywide planning policies are a set of policies that all of the planning cities, towns, and the county agree to guide their work in creating their comprehensive plan. Also in 2022 and 23, we updated these countywide planning policies. They hadn't really been updated since the 90s. So we made them more contemporary, and the steering committee agreed to them unanimously, and the board adopted them. And then there was a further amendment specifically for housing a little bit later on. But this provides the guiding framework that all of the cities, towns, and county use to work on their plans. And then the part that falls to us, to you, the urban growth area, created by the GMA as places where future growth should be planned and done within certain conditions and parameters. And we've talked about a lot of that in the past. We'll get into a little more of that today. But it is designed to, it's designed to do 2 things more than anything else. One is to prevent the unwarranted transfer of agriculture lands into urban lands. Ag lands, which are in the resource lands category, are highly protected under the Growth Management Act. GMA uses the euphemism prevent sprawl. Well, sprawl isn't defined, but protecting ag lands, protecting resource lands is something that is tangible and we can reflect on. And then the second part is urban growth area development should be cost effective. The cost of providing infrastructure for development on the edges of cities is sort of inversely proportional in most cases to more close in infill. You're providing longer stretches of pipe, you're providing more of it in a less dense network. And so the capital facilities side of urban growth areas is the other truly critical measurement by which we look at where are the best lands to start to put in the path of development that handle those 2 things. That last sentence says a lot because under the current patterns, particularly in Eastern Washington, but really throughout the state, as we talk with our other county planning directors, we are working on some legislative initiatives that can better tie urban growth areas into annexation programs. Urban growth areas were never intended to be in their counties forever. They were designed by counties to plan for and guide growth with anticipation that those areas would annex themselves into their nearby community. But that doesn't happen. It really hasn't happened very much in the 30 some years of the program. So we're looking at how do we make that a better solution? The reason is, again, twofold. One, urban services are by definition provided by cities, not necessarily by counties. And county budgets are not set up to be running small downtowns and small villages in multiple cases around the edges. So this is it's a long-term structural problem to really support all this. And if you think about some of the UGA polygons that you've seen over the last few years, some of them are quite small, a handful of lots, maybe 20, maybe even 40 or 50 lots on the edges of the community. Well, if they're not served by the adjacent communities, City of Spokane, Spokane Valley, that means the county has to go plow roads, drive through the city to get to this little enclave and plow roads for county. They have to use county services for other things. So it's not an economical thing for counties to do. So we provide those services now, but somewhere in this next 5-year horizon, we hope to have a legislative discussion about how we can change that to have these urban areas become parts of their city more directly. It's a big lift, we know that. Back to the public participation program. These are some just kind of quick stats on where we've been over the last couple of years. You can see the kickoff meetings. You've heard about all of these, the rural meetings, the open houses, EIS workshops. And if you look at that and wonder where your own time has been spent in the last 2 years, well, it's been in 41 planning commission meetings over that period of time, some or all of which have touched on comprehensive plan topics. So this has been our focus for the last 2.5 years with you and with staff and with outreach. Rona's email server has better than 800 members that receive something about us every time we do something. Every notice that goes out goes to that 800 group of 800. And then better than 13,000 web hits in the last 2 years that are looking for information on comprehensive plan. And so while you have all seen some of the forums where planning for growth on the edge can be a little bit dull to some people, what this is showing is there are people interested. There are people paying attention to what we're doing. So let's get into the heart of it. One of the things that we're going to be doing is somewhat semantic, but I think it's important. The comprehensive plan process generally starts out with the category of urban lands. It goes into transportation, it goes into other things. We're going to start out our plan reflecting back on what is our actual heritage, which is rural and resource lands. They are often perhaps not forgotten, but they are given short shrift in the clamor for urban growth areas, and what's happening in the rest of the urban core. And we want to make sure that this plan reflects the value of the agriculture sector in Spokane County. You can see it's significant. $200 million annually in value, employs 1,600 people. And these data are already a couple years old, so it's out there. And what we hear from talking to our colleagues and residents in the area is it's fragile. And so that's why we want to have some ideas and policies that can help protect this. There's not a lot a comprehensive plan or even a county government can do. Sometimes the best thing is to just get out of the way. And we're going to talk about some of those options as we move on. So we've got a couple of slides on what we're calling vision and values. There were or are some statements sprinkled through the existing comprehensive plan that touch on ag, the ag and the rural world. And we have recast many of these in some new language and some contemporary language. For you, the audience, and those listening, we're interested in your feedback on these, how you think these resonate, and and a couple more in this area. And here I want to gratefully acknowledge the Farm Bureau, Jeanette Fish and Sue Cronk specifically, that helped wordsmith and helped edit this, helped talk to us about what is important in the rural community and how do they want to see it recognized and memorialized in the comprehensive plan. And so this reflects a voice from our citizens, not just a planning department perspective. And so we're, like I said, we're incredibly grateful that they took the time to do that and have participated with us throughout this process.
Scott, how do we collect some of this data? Like, how do we know there's 2,386 farms, for example, do we do like some kind of survey or how do we figure that out?
Those data on that slide are derived or come from US Census data. What we've discovered over the last couple of years in trying to track things like wheat production, animal husbandry, there are many data sources and they don't all agree with each other. So there's a little bit of a moving target anytime you try to quantify that world. But we took the census as at least the generally accepted data to move forward.
Thank you.
So those goals that you saw before, as I said, from our two friends at the Farm Bureau, and also reflected some effort from the Technical Advisory Committee that met many times and were involved in not only goals and visions, but in some of the policies that and mapping recommendations that come forward in the rural lands themselves. So a couple of slides highlighting some of those goals. And this is where we're hoping, or well, we're expecting that we will generate some interest and comments from the public. Again, it doesn't have to be today. This is not a public hearing on the plan. That will be later in the year. But this is, and some of these have been out before, but this is the first time they're put in the context of the plan as a whole. So some of them are fairly straightforward. Rural residential, consistent with rural lifestyles and rural character. But adding, activity centers, which are few and far between and really not very well supported by GMA, but reflecting the fact they play a role in rural development, where if you can find something at a rural activity center that might be 2 or 3 miles from your house or your farm, as opposed to driving 15 miles to get into the core city to get some of the same basic services or provisions, that has a lot of other benefits. Third goal, probably the single most important in there, preserve and protect agriculture and forestry activities throughout the rural area. That's kind of the fundamental bottom line of all of this. Making sure there is business uses that serve rural needs and making that happen. And then reflecting, there was one member of the public that commented on being very close to the Grove fire in 2023. You've been through a couple of discussions about the climate and resiliency elements separately. Well, here's where some of that information filters back into goal statements for rural development. And this is not necessarily talking specifically about that. It's reflecting the fact that you have to make some provision to be accessed by emergency services as we move forward.
On the first goal there, Scott,
Yeah.
I just feel like the word traditional isn't really necessary, but I know that's persnickety, but I feel like it's pretty well captured with rural lifestyles and rural character, but
okay,
that's just my feedback.
Before we jump on, other thoughts on any of these? I don't know if there's anyone online or anybody in the public that has a comment.
Do we have people waiting in line?
No.
Okay.
Get back. Okay. No, sure.
Could you come down, please?
Oh, please. Oh, sorry, I'll hear you.
Okay. All right, I guess originally
Step up, please.
I came down here.
This goes to your.
Okay. My name's William Doherty.
Say again?
William Doherty from
Yes, William.
from the Spokane Bridge area.
Gotcha.
Originally I've been exploring the planning zoning process for the last couple of months. Related to trying to get residential. There's a cross between kind of what he's talking about with the kind of rural community centers, the connection between farming and then the actual sales or industry of the process, which seems to be kind of disconnected. There's rural protection. It's usually for ag farming, but it's not necessarily for sale at the site or near the site. Kind of think Green Bluff, where you have agricultural production and then very close, you know, you have that urban center that you can potentially get all those different products from that community. And that's what I've been looking to develop, trying to see what we can do to make changes that make those things work in our county. Because as an organic farmer, veteran, trying to make products for veterans, that kind of thing, our zoning seems to be very restrictive and just not possible to make those things happen. So that's why I'm down. Why I came today, I had no idea there was anything else. But yeah,
Could you explain a little bit more? Because we've actually had a lot of discussion about these kinds of uses, and there's Supreme Court decisions that make it difficult for us to state Supreme Court decisions that make it difficult for us, or growth management hearing board decisions, whatever. What is your ideal business operation? Can you just explain a little bit so we can understand like what this use would look like?
Okay, so let's say in the Spokane Bridge community, I'd say it's older than the state. It's pretty much, I think Spokane Bridge had the first post office for the county. Right. Prior to the state becoming in existence. It was kind of the intersection where the very edge of the Coeur d'Alene tribe, like I think in 1873, that was kind of like the edge of the Coeur d'Alene tribe. And then that's where kind of the people that built Spokane Bridge made they were, I mean, that was the hub, the rural community center essentially, where they traded with the tribe, and interacted with kind of the rest of the settlers. It was kind of the bridge really between the cultures and with everybody. So interesting area, but it is nothing gone on in 100 years in the area as far as that, what it was prior to the state. I mean, that was a hub. The kind of the zoning and a lot of the processes and systems have kind of left it all behind. You can look across the state line into state line, and you have right up to the border, you have light industrial and commercial and three or four massive gas stations. You have probably 40,000 cars a day traffic coming through the area, and there's nothing on the Washington side, not for 100 years. There is a massive gas station right next to on the border, light industrial commercial zoning across the street or across the border, butted right up to it. It's rural, let's see, R5 or rural conservation. You can't, let's say in an R5 zoning, you can have a 300 square foot, what do you call it, farm stand. Or you can have a house. But who wants to put a house next to light industrial, or obviously today we've learned people have a significant issue in living next to data centers and whatnot, which is a heavy use. Simple light industrial, just trying to come in and talk to the planning committee and say, hey, I'd like a toilet and a wash sink. Can we make it happen? Can we, can I get some light industrial use here? Oh, there's too much water use. Or it is so restrictive or just pushed away. We go, okay. And for somebody coming out from outside of the system, just as a farmer, as not familiar with the system, which you can see, there was a whole bunch of people here today that did not understand what this forum was for, or that they were not in the right, they really wanted to be in the county commissioner's room, but they're here because this is the day, this is what came up on, for communication. So sorry, is it 2 minutes?
It's well over.
Well, the reason why I stopped.
Yeah.
Is because one of the commissioners asked a question.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so commissioner needs to have a question.
So like more like a farm stand that has a little bit more resources, like more like a business that has a restroom, has a wash sink, but is mostly some kind of farm stand selling.
So essentially, unless I can build the hub, so the community around it dies, like the ability to have. So okay, so let's look at in agriculture. In agriculture, you have, let's say, wholesale sales. Let's say you make a bushel of wheat. You've 44 pounds or so worth of wheat, and it sells it for $5-6. if you take that wheat, instead of doing it that way, you go, okay, I want to do, ancient grains, amber waves of grain that are 6 feet tall, yield 1/6 the amount, but I want to sell it direct to the customer because I make 10 times, there's 10 times the margin or 100 times the margin, where there's an actual business there. Where it doesn't work, it works on a small scale and not on the big scale, which is kind of gives the small farmer a chance. But what you need is the hub where the surrounding farms can, there's kind of that in the system, but it's still very restrictive to say, okay, if in that neighborhood or half mile or that region, if you're producing something and then you can sell it on the farm in that, right there in the community. So it's still connected with the farm, still connected with the community. You have a massive, then everything around it, the farms around it actually have a chance. I mean, and they can be very small. They can be, they can do $100,000 an acre in vegetables in that type of setup. That makes the farm, viable.
You were a farmer. Appreciate that.
Yeah,
And where do you farm?
Right now, I'm trying to farm, but I'm running in the way of zoning and planning. And
Are you next to the Rockin' M Ranch off that? Is that where you're at?
I'm friends with everybody in there. I've been trying to purchase property, but I've got purchase for a property that contingent on zoning and whatnot. So
You have a background in farming?
yes, so I've manufactured organic fertilizer inputs and consulted on organic farms up and down the coast. Did a lot of manufacturing for greenhouse and a lot of the cannabis industry, a lot of the high-end, high-tech.
Would you mind filling out one of our yellow slips?
Yeah.
And put down your address and your contact information?
Okay.
So we can have it on file? As part of this testimony. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
You have
Logan, did you get your question answered?
Yeah.
How about you?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
But yeah, I guess I'm
Finish up.
still trying to understand the process. I'm trying to say, okay, when you're coming in, can we win? What's the process of putting forward? A continuation of the zoning from this, state line to the state exit, so that the customers aren't going by us in Washington and in Idaho instead of stopping, in Washington.
You said your background is in cannabis?
As organic ag, I mean, it ends up being, could be half year. People are buying organic ag products. They're spending the money on high-end products, which ends up being the cannabis industry. So.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would you fill that information out?
I'll get it.
Okay, thank you. Hello, Elizabeth.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you, Elizabeth Tellison and Listening Cachet. I've been up here a couple of times speaking on behalf of CPM Development, the kind of landowner arm of CRH Materials. And one of the concerns that I have with these initial drafts is what seems maybe an oversight to exclude mining as one of our very key natural resources that need to be not only protected, but addressed. And I am very concerned that the appearance of leaving them out of this list is evidence of a legislative intent to not protect them. So I think we'll look, down this fourth goal as one example where it's agriculture and forestry. Those are two industries which are very important, but it is not the totality of it. So I would ask staff, I will be doing my best to kind of go through and make sure that the list is complete and consistent with GMA. And I just would alert you guys to that and our requests that these mineral designations be included now while you have notice and evidence in front of you that these resources need to be protected going forward. So thank you very much for your time today. I might be back up here.
Thank you.
I have a question.
People online also.
Of you, ma'am. I'm very interested in the mining areas, designated areas that have been put into place, and I've been bothered also where they've been happening in some areas because of our growth. And we didn't anticipate what happened. Do you have
you have a guideline? Do you have a where the future is lying? I mean, do you have some for participation of the mining? Because you sound quite positive on the mining of what you're referring to when you say mining, and what are the needs, and where are we looking? Because you guys do it long range, because it's an expensive project.
Yes, we've submitted a number of comments on very specific parcels that have been purchased or designated to be included within existing operations for CPM development. I could probably get you the parcel list while I'm standing here, but they are there. And really the goal, because right now many of them are in rural zoning, which requires a conditional use permit, which, you know, for my client is rarely the issue, but what we would really like to see is more awareness around the fact that these resource lands have been purchased for the purpose of extracting materials, aggregates, sand, gravel, rock, etc. And consistent with the geology in the area, I think Berry is one of the hard rock mines, sand, obviously out by State Line, along the basin. So those, once they are designated and showing up on a map as mineral, you put everybody else on notice that there is going to be use of these lands for that purpose. And they will transition. Those land uses are not forever. But we do think that it is important through this process to put the public on notice that that is the intent, and to protect and ensure protection for these resources in the long term. Conditional use permit requirements change, zoning changes. It's much harder to change a comprehensive plan designation that says we intend to protect these resources for future use and development of our region. So that is what we're asking. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Thank you.
Scott, please chime in. Scott, please.
Just very quickly, there is no intent to marginalize the mineral lands part of this. If it didn't show up in this focus, it was perhaps because we are trying to highlight the difficulties in agriculture and ranching right now. We recognize mineral lands are part of the resource lands, which, as Elizabeth said, are protected by GMA. We will make that clear in the plan as it goes forward.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, we do have two people online.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, let's hear from them.
Okay, so the first one would be Toya Fitzgerald.
Toya, okay.
Toya, you have the floor.
Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. My name is Toya Fitzgerald. You can hear me, right?
We can, yes.
Okay, awesome. Sorry. I'm not sure if you received my comments and a visual that I emailed in. Do you guys happen to have that?
It was late last night when I received it, so we did not have time.
It was late. Yes,
Yeah.
I'm so sorry about that. No problem. I will email that to you later then. So anyway, yeah.
Toya, I can send that out. We have it. It was just too late to distribute.
We'll put it in the record.
Oh, thank you so much. Okay. So actually, it actually connects with the first gentleman who spoke just a bit ago, which is, so as I've probably mentioned, I've mentioned before, my family owns approximately 526 acres out on North Indian Trail Road near Rudder Parkway. And our vision for that land, you know, I don't think I've ever really mentioned it, and it's so kind of ironic that it's now coming up. But because we've been farmers for generations before Washington even became a state, my husband and I are also Christmas tree farmers. My grandparents bought this property in 1950. They weren't really sure what to do with it. But I think we have a lovely plan, and it coincides with what that gentleman was just speaking to, which is it's sort of a rural farm, urban farm community that combines a lot of wonderful things like hiking and farms and even a golf course and hillside communities and forest and possibly great.
No, I think she's still there.
Are you still there?
Toya, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay. Sorry about that. I don't know where I cut out. I'm trying to trying to hurry since I have a student I'm supposed to tutor here in a few minutes. And
We'll be
I
respectful.
yeah, so basically we have a vision for just like a rural sort of farm community out there. Of course, we'd love to be included in the UGA. I was really impressed with the organization of the community, of the people that came to speak this morning. Unfortunately, I don't have enough time right now to wait, but that was awesome. And of course, I would speak against data centers as well. And as a landowner of a significant size property, I mean, I would definitely commit to not having a data center. The problem is it gets harder and harder every year to hold on to our precious property and to protect it, while there's so much restriction of like density development with the rural clusters in conjunction with the urban reserve. So that's really what I'm just wanting. You were at a point where I think it makes sense to just voice my support for the revision of the urban reserve zone to allow increased density for residential development. Even though that sounds like, oh no, increase, it actually means there would be more land available with smaller footprints of houses. Part of the problem that I've mentioned before is that the water exemptions, the state groundwater exemptions, requires a lot of most use wells. And right now, the most a rural cluster with the UR designation could build would be 4 houses per acre. So if the county and city of Spokane want to encourage urban reserve and wise land use and wise building for our future, and even like that the green space that the folks were talking about, you know, for prevention of wildfires, I strongly advocate to revise the current ratio of number of units per acre for those utilizing a cluster development. And that's really all I have to say. There's more comments in my paper that I sent late last night. I apologize for that, by the way, but thank you so much. And thanks for all you're doing. I know this is a very complicated job, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much, Tanya.
Okay, and then we have Austin Fuller.
Pardon me?
Austin Fuller is next.
Oh, Austin was earlier. He wanted to speak.
Yep.
Austin, you have the floor.
Yes, and I may want to speak one more time when we get to the zoning development code. I had a couple comments about that, but just for this one, I just had 3 quick comments. The first one was for the first gentleman who showed up, I think perhaps he might want to look into a rural activity center. I think that might be an appropriate avenue for him, possibly. I don't know for sure what his situation is, but I just wanted to mention that as a recommendation. I agree with Ms. Tellison about the mining. And then I was hearing about the clusters, and I did want to mention that the cluster development in Spokane County is very problematic. There are a lot of restrictions for that. We have a project right now where the maximum lot size for a cluster is 1 acre, but the health department may make our minimum requirement for a cluster lot to be 1 acre or possibly 2 acres, which would mean that the cluster just would not be able to be developed. And that is starting to be a little concerning for us. And there are other projects where we've tried to do clusters, but they failed for one reason or another. And I think that maybe looking into that would be a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Austin, if you could send us kind of a bullet point list of your concerns about the clustering, we'd be happy to take a look at it.
Anyone else?
No.
Yeah. When I was in high school, an English teacher introduced me to the word taint. And it seems appropriate to talk about taint, some of the stuff we're talking about right now. The Growth Management Act basically has 2 categories of property, urban and rural. And where I'm going with this involves urban reserve because it's taint. It taint rural and it taint urban. And it seems to me we need to deal with that challenge. And the specifics that I'm looking at, the old urban reserve dealt with a minimum lot size of 10,000 square feet and a maximum of 1 acre. And I believe the way I read the documents I got, that's what's proposed going forward. And I have a problem with that in 2 respects, in multiple respects.
number one, 10,000 square feet is not consistent with urban. 10,000 square feet is what the castle that was burned down, the urban sprawl target. In that respect, I was looking at, it affects people in two ways. It reduces people who could afford to buy a place in an urban reserve project, people with 10,000 square feet, which puts them at that $200,000 per lot price point, $1 million home. It also takes up a lot more resources. The Department of Ecology has a 14 home maximum, 5,000 gallon per day party wells that you don't have to buy a permit for or wait in line for 40 years. I'm suggesting that we look at dealing with the urban reserve categories. And the gentleman that spoke earlier, just a minute ago, talked about how do we create new business opportunities? We have landwards and we have rural conservation. How does somebody create a new one under the Growth Management Act? But that's a separate major issue. I don't have a clue on it, but I would really like to see us look at that urban reserve, because the urban reserve, I mean, we're planners. I got 9 grandkids I'm concerned about, so I've got a conflict of interest. I want to see my 9 grandkids be able to afford a home. And if the urban reserve could be developed in smaller lots than 10,000 square feet and provided water with wells that would serve from 6 to 10 or 12, as opposed to 2 per well, that reduces the cost dramatically of that kind of housing. And I don't think it violates any regulations, but that's something I'd like to see us look at seriously. And then the bigger question, the longer question, is how do we create an opportunity for openness? I appreciate the agricultural and mining, but there's a lot of land out there, a lot of urban reserve and other land. And people like the gentleman that just spoke to us, we dealt with this with the slaughterhouses. So anyway, that's my 2 cents.
Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Chair, along that line, this current slide shows a couple of the results, more tangible results of the rural chapter. One is trying to rethink the landwards, which are rural activity centers by another definition. The current GMA allows them to exist, but it does not allow them to expand. And for the most part, they can't get any more intense. You can fill in some residential now. And the latest law allows you to do, or allows up to a 4-plex on a residential lot in a landward. But to do that, you must be on either a municipal sewer system or a common septic field, a lagoon of some kind. Those don't normally come together in these landwards. So it's like, well, you can do this, but you can't do this. We're looking again with other county planners on a reform system to bring some vitality back to those rural activity centers. So we're looking at that. And then one other tangible change, the Natural Environment Technical Advisory Committee and staff and consultants did a lot of work on best available sciences for habitat and migration patterns, and has made a recommendation with a 3-tier approach. And these are, for the most part, in the 2001 plan, these are what became the rural conservation lands. They were higher densities, they were 20 units or 20 acres per unit, and they have more restrictions on their use because they are designed for long-term conservation, long-term use, not for ag, but for habitat migration and other circumstances. So this will be a revised map that will be before you in somewhere in the near future, but you can see it and our audience can see it in the environmental impact statement today. Mr. Chair, if we want to move on, we can. If there are other thoughts about resource lands, we're happy to do that. These are just some of the summaries of what's being done. The ADU policy is a challenging one at the state level. FutureWise has opposed ADUs, generally speaking, in rural areas, considering that as an unregulated, doubling of rural population, doubling of water use. That's obviously an extreme example. However, it's in their testimony to the legislature. We see ADUs on ag lands as being a chance to preserve family farms. If parents are aging out and children want to take over that farm, there's an opportunity to keep that farm family whole if we use an accessory dwelling unit that could not be sold, so it wouldn't be on a legal parcel. But so those are some of the things that are in the document that are new for 2026.
Scott, I'm sorry, did you say that it's Center for Justice or somebody's opposed to ADUs on farmland?
Yes.
Future wise, yeah. Okay.
They testified in the legislature that it would result in an unregulated doubling of rural population outside of urban growth areas.
And the division of like a boundary line adjustment would not be possible in that case because it would violate the size requirements in those zones, or
A boundary line adjustment requires at least 2 parcels so that you can move the line in between.
okay, it's just
If we're
one
talking
parcel.
about one parcel on large tract ag, an ADU would be allowed to exist on that parcel without having its own legal parcel.
Got it. And you couldn't subdivide it into 2 parcels, for example.
That's correct.
Even 10 years later.
Unless other rules change, of course.
And then
But
the ADU also has to be within 100.
there are some, there were some parameters put into the legislation to do that, and we'll work through that.
I have someone online.
Who's online?
They're not, they'll have to disclose themselves when they speak because they just show up as iPhone. So.
Okay.
Hello? Person on the phone?
Hello?
Hello? Who's on the phone, please?
We can go on and come back.
Let's move on.
Okay, we'll move on.
If they chime back in, we'll pick them up.
Okay.
All right. Scott, go ahead.
Well, Rona?
Sorry, let me get over there.
We're gonna do 2 things. We're gonna move into the urban category. This is one we've certainly spent a lot of time on over these past few years. These are quotes for the most
Sorry.
for the most part coming out of the WACs and the RCWs, but it's where urban growth should go. So we're starting with, again, a different approach for Spokane County than in the past. You've heard it for the better part of 3 years, using the term placemaking rather than subdivisions. And the intention is to create neighborhoods or build small villages, small V villages, in a way where people have more to do than get in a car and drive 3 or 4 miles for very basic services or amenities. And so we're establishing a formal goal. And as you've seen in the comp plan document, posted it in your file, there are a number of policies that fold out of these goals. We're not going to go into those today. They're all available in the documents themselves. So a few of the other goals, some of which are were remarkably prescient in 2001, and we've carried forward some of that with some refinement, but compact and connected development forms integrated with their existing and planned context. Some of that was desired by our predecessors and Clyde in 2001. And so it's held the test of time. This has held up well. This is a good goal. And all we had to do was refine it a little bit.
Good job, Clyde.
Right. Full range of housing types, middle housing, notably, more of a contemporary approach, vibrant, compact, mixed-use communities around transit. That's part of our Alt-1 or our infill strategy. Emphasize in urban design. So not just saying you can have a store in the middle of a subdivision. It's like, how do you plan that? What's the design? What's the urban design, the ground design look like to make that an inviting place? And then jobs, connecting urban lands to jobs.
If I could opine on one of those that we already went through, Well, I appreciate the specific call out for the division BRT. I feel like maybe it's just too specific and should just speak to bus rapid transit generally, or bus rapid transit stations generally. I know that's the one that's on the horizon. But it feels like the plan would be, or this goal would be more future proofed if we were talking about any bus rapid transit stations.
Got it. Point taken. Other thoughts? So maintain an urban growth area. This is perhaps the other main challenge that we have in county planning, the proverbial elephant in the room, that we've been trying to walk around the arena for the last 3 years as we get our hands on this thing. But it's trying to anticipate growth. That the purpose of this, in some ways, these urban growth areas date to some early experiments in regional government, notably in the Twin Cities, Minneapolis, St. Paul, and also Indianapolis. The Twin Cities in the late 1960s formed the Metropolitan, well, they actually formed the Metropolitan Sewer District, which became the Metropolitan Council. That was designed to consolidate 90-some separate sewer facilities in the greater metro area into a single one for environmental protection, for efficiencies, and so on. That grew into a regional government for that metro core, and they were one of the first to create what was called at that time a municipal urban services area, which was essentially an urban growth area, inside of which development could take place at the market's discretion, but outside of which you simply couldn't pass without some major amendment. That was drawn in such a way that it withstood developments and markets for more than 20 years before a lot of pressure happened to it. So it provided an ultimate boundary, but it provided a lot of flexibility within that boundary. The UGAs under the GMA are much more restrictive. They are designed almost explicitly stating that they should accommodate your projected 20-year growth and no more. There's no way for us to know 20-year growth. We use projections, of course. We take the OFM projections. We can have some guess. But the mathematical exercises say, all right, we've got 100,000 people. We can accommodate that. As many of you know, when you translate that down to pieces of land, it gets to be very difficult. How do we predict where that development is best placed? We talked early on in the intro about tying it to capital facilities, tying it to patterns of growth. That's how this all comes together. But the UGA exercise is easily the most complex and challenging part of updating a county comprehensive plan. The second part, integrating trails, community gathering spaces, back to our goals of placemaking, but also recognizing that some of this addresses the challenges in climate and resiliency. Resiliency allows for a chance to plan for that activity ahead of time. So another goal with a different topic, this is integrating land use and transportation. Sounds perhaps obvious, connecting streets in a grid that allows this to happen. Many developments that have happened in the county UGA over the last 10 years or so were, for the most part, almost all standalone. They typically had one way in, perhaps one way in and another way out. And then in between, they were all internal streets, cul-de-sacs, and things like that. That may have been fashionable at the time, but among other things, it provides it provides no possible activity for neighbors to walk around their neighborhood because you hit dead ends every time you walk somewhere. So you can't put a shop in, you can't make it a mixed use, and less glamorously, it's a safety issue because if there's only one way out and there's an accident at that driveway, at that intersection, and there's a fire behind it, you've got no way of evacuating the neighborhood. We saw that to some degree in the Grove fire, especially when it flared up off of Thorpe Road. And in that area, not all that far from the railroad tunnels, you don't have many options. You can go in two directions and that's it. So having a grid built in is very important for public welfare and safety, as well as creating a pedestrian pattern for people to move around. moving on to housing, or would you like to talk about any of the?
We have someone online.
Yes, the person from earlier is back on.
We're not.
Let's see.
Hello, hello, can you hear me now?
Who is this now?
My name is Terry Karstens.
Hi, Terry.
Hi. Sorry I messed up. I'm out working in my greenhouse and I haven't done this before. I wanted to just make a comment. The gentleman that spoke right before I was supposed to come on and I disconnected myself, talking about adding ADUs to agriculture, on a farmland, whatever. And I just, as we are on our family's sixth generation to come back to farm now, and I have also two daughters that would like not be, super active in the farm, but they definitely want to participate and help and just make sure that the legacy continues. I think there's a lot more kids that would love to come back to the farm and not displace their parents in the main house, but to be able to live there, to be able to help on their days off, part-time. And so being able to add ADUs and I'm not talking to rent out or sell out. This is strictly for family members to help preserve the integrity of the farm. That's becoming more and more common. I have a lot of friends out here that are farmers and farm families where the kids, they just can't afford to be full-time farmers with their parents and to take over, at least now while they're young, but they sure still want to help. And like I said, the generational aspect has become a lot more popular and heartfelt by our young people. So I would encourage the changing or adoption of the rules, the laws, so that a family that has young people that would like to come back and build would be able to and not have a lot of hurdles to try to beat take over. That's all.
Thank you.
Could I
Thank you.
Yes. Just a view. So you can't subdivide it if there's an ADU there. Is there any mechanism to ensure that or even any prohibition on renting it as a rental unit? And if there was a prohibition, what mechanism is there to enforce that other than like some kind of rental registry or something? I'm having a hard time seeing how you could even enforce it if it was prohibited.
You, in a way, you kind of answered the question by that fact. There's nothing in zoning language that addresses ownership or use other than performance-based uses. So we would not have anything there. The county has also so far not chosen to engage in any regulation or licensing or monitoring of short-term rentals. And so we don't have that tool on our books. Like the city has some other tools that try to monitor rental situations. The county doesn't use those tools. So there would be nothing to prevent someone from renting that if that were the case.
Thank you.
Todd Whipple is on the phone now.
Although I would also offer that doesn't necessarily preclude somebody who's renting it because it's close to a lake and they just want a place to go. It could be somebody that's renting it is also perhaps renting some of the farmland to actually do some work on.
I'm not even trying to suggest that it's a bad thing. I'm just asking the question so I understand the landscape. I'm not sure that I think it would be a bad thing for it to be rented. I'm just trying to understand what would be allowed and what wouldn't be.
Understood.
Who's on?
Todd Whipple.
Todd?
Mm-hmm.
We've heard of them.
Yes.
Hey, hi, how you doing?
Good.
I thought I was just going to listen. I wanted to talk a little bit about the last slide, transportation and grid. So as you guys work through your comprehensive plan, which as you might imagine, we are very interested in where it goes. And I have always said that it's always been our responsibility to take what you do and work with it. I will caution you as it relates to infill development, available land, and the grid system, and asking too much for infill development. So infill development by its very nature is much more difficult than one would think. Oh, Mrs. Jones shows up. She's got a 2-acre parcel. She wants to get 6 lots on it so that she can keep her house and sell it or sell it to a developer. many of the things that you are hoping for as aspirational, which is what I believe the comprehensive plan is, aren't practical in use and won't transfer very well, I don't think, to zoning code and the road standards, etc. So because of things that we run into as it relates to infill, the grid system, if it doesn't exist and you're doing an infill property, is going to be very difficult to even set aside because infill by its very nature is squeezing something in between already inside the built environment. And if the grid system doesn't exist, you can't all of a sudden make it happen. There's no magic lamp to rub to all of a sudden create a grid system. So as you go through your transportation element and your aspirational goals for how people should access what land is available, et cetera, I would ask you to be realistic about the land you have inside your growth boundary that's for development. So, as you know, we've participated in somewhere between 15 and 20,000 lots over the last 35 years and see all the things and all the issues that you've dealt with and we've dealt with. But infill, by its very nature, really is not suitable to many of the aspirational qualities of the transportation portion that you're going to bring forward in your comprehensive plan. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Todd. Very useful.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Just quickly, response. Todd's right, and perhaps we don't get into the details sometimes as much as we could. When we're talking about grids and things, we're really putting that in the context in the EIS of what was called alternative 2, or perhaps a future preferred alternative, where you do have bigger pieces of land to start with, and you can plan them for development at a larger and longer term scale. He's absolutely right that in an infill strategy, unless the grid already exists, it's very, very difficult to create a new one. You know, for potentially if there were streets stubbed into the edge of a subdivision, you could connect to them, but that's kind of about the only thing you can do. So his point is very well taken. And Todd, if you're still there, I'd like to sit down one-on-one and get your comments as we move forward too. We'll give you a call.
Go ahead.
Rowan, scoot out there.
Yeah, just got here.
Mr. Chairman, it is coming up on noon. We can dive into the housing element if you'd like. It's obviously generated a lot of thought and conversation in the past through allocations and other things. Or if you would like to take perhaps a 30-minute break, we do have lunch here and available for you. We can do that at your leisure.
What's the will of the commission?
15-minute break.
We could do that. We can have a working lunch. We're happy to do that.
Without objection? I would second. 15 minutes.
All right. Those listening, I'm sorry, to those listening, the commission will be back in about 15 minutes.
That's 12 to 15 or so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Audio started.
This is only 35 acres.
All right.
They go in there.
Mr. Chairman?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Commission, let's resume. Thank you.
Please enjoy your lunch and we will move on. We're talking about now the housing element. It's certainly one of the more important individual chapters of the comprehensive plan, and comprehensive planning is fundamentally about planning for and accommodating people to live in your city and your county. So we're now looking at the planning being more finely grained by mandate to include what they're called the income bands. You've seen those in past discussions. So a couple of other key elements, and some of this comes from bill a couple sessions ago called House Bill 1220. And that's what added in the income bands as a separate item, were formerly just affordable housing, quote unquote. And then a lot of these housing goals were informed by the housing needs assessment, a separate analytical piece done by staff to look at all of the ranges of existing conditions and policies and things related to housing. So we'll go through a few of these goals, and again, interrupt anytime, questions, thoughts. The first one is truly aspirational, and is something that while the housing tool from Commerce was designed to do, which was spread these allocations over all of the jurisdictions in some equitable manner. It's a brand new tool, and we've seen the flaws. The flaws are frustrating to our county commissioners. They're frustrating to planners and others, really throughout the process. But it's the tool we have to use for this cycle. That first goal, though, is a bigger issue. It is something that we really look forward to striving for as we move into the 5-year window, and then when our successors are here talking about the next 10-year update in 2036, hopefully we've established a better partnership, a regional partnership, so that we're planning for growth across municipal boundaries and not stopping at edges on various elements. So that's a fundamental part of that goal on the top part. The second one, greater flexibility in the housing development process. A big emphasis of our effort over these years is to allow the market to work in our goals. Don't restrict it so deeply that we're driving projects away, or restricting them in a way because we believe the market will overcome them. This market is not the West Coast. It is not San Francisco or Seattle. We don't have that kind of demand. We need to let the market, as even Todd Whipple mentioned earlier, builders will build what they believe the market will sell, what their customers will buy. We want to try to match that with public goals as well as placemaking and doing things, but you've always got to have that balance. Housing for all economic segments, again, back to that very fundamental part. We can't plan for housing only for people that can afford a $500,000 house and up. We have to plan for lower income rentals, and as you've heard in past meetings, there are developers or builders who think that there is an option to provide an ownership product if we can provide the right parameters on the governmental side, small lots, or as it's been called, small houses on small lots. If that provides a path to ownership for someone in that 80 to 100% AMI bracket, we think that's a very noble thing to have, and a legitimate plan, a public policy. And of course, preserve and maintain what they have. So the three kind of quick objectives. Number one, it is very boring, but it is essential for this comprehensive plan. We have to build it to be compliant with the Growth Management Act. As you've heard many times since I've been with you, the county was out of compliance from 2005 until we got back into compliance in 2025. It's 20 years of being outside of the tent. It took us 4 years to get ourselves back in compliance after the settlement agreement. We do not want to submit a plan that is so risky as it draws a challenge that would be upheld. We don't mind pushing the envelope, and we're doing that, trying to recognize that our market is different than a pure infill market, which is what GMA would prefer. But we're doing so in a defensible manner that reflects reality and the needs of growth in Eastern Washington. But the community voice is also part of that placemaking idea. Timely, relevant, clear, and concise policies. Obviously, or perhaps it isn't obvious. It is to you because you're in the game, not so much to others. If you provide broad direction, builders and developers don't really know what you want. Build some cool housing. Okay, what does that look like? Well, you get an elephant. Who's touching? What do you get? If we can provide specific guidance and then let the market react to that, you've married those two things together. So we've got that. And then as a point, these are the housing units allocated to the county for our responsibility in this next 20-year horizon. Roughly 20,000 urban units, roughly 3,000 rural units. You can see the huge majority, 7,000 out of 5, so almost 2/3 of the housing we're planning for is at and under the 120 AMI level. This is something that Commerce didn't make this up. They're using data that comes from other parts of the state, Office of Financial Management and others. But what that means is 2/3 of the people moving in here are going to be at or under essentially the area median income. That's not a healthy migration. So if this is what we're planning for based on data, that's fine. That's what we do. But then that begs the question of where's the marketing side of the comprehensive plan that's attracting people to come here and build a business, come here and start something else, bring in entrepreneurs that can balance the overall economic spectrum and try to make ourselves a vibrant, full community. So this is a daunting challenge. And so with that, let me stop for a minute and see what questions you or the public may have on the housing and briefly goals. And again, we're showing you a high-level summary of what's in the plan document itself. It's online. You can review it. There's both a clean version and a track changes or a red line version for people to see what has been changed, added, subtracted, and so on. But if there are any, broad thoughts about that, we're happy to take them now.
Scott, I have a comment. What you have just described from this chart, what it sounds like we're to develop not a very exciting community, but an area of need of employment, and I don't quite agree with it. And do we have any choice but to design it according to what they say, or do we have any argument?
No and yes. The tool provided by Commerce directs all of our work. And so we must use that to hit these county top line numbers. We can allocate them among the communities in different ways. But we have to plan for these allocations at these income levels. That said, the market doesn't pay any attention to this. The market is who's moving here and why. And if that's somebody if it's an Amazon, and Amazon's going to hire another 5,000 people, that's going to draw in a labor force. Now, perhaps that's a minimum wage labor force that's going to fit in that, 80% or 50% bracket. But if there's, the pharmaceutical companies or the aerospace industry that grows and starting to bring in other jobs, the market will react to that, and we will also plan for that accordingly. So what we anticipate sharing with you in the first draft of the future land use map, which is not today, this is to get through these goals, is a sense of what does this look like to accommodate our regulatory responsibilities, but what is, I don't want to call it a contingency plan because then it sounds like we're not doing this thing properly, but if the market reacts like the market historically reacts, the kinds of permits, the kinds of things that have happened over our last 5 to as much as 10 years, what does that pattern look like And how can we balance that so that we're prepared for an entire range of growth while we are focusing on the lower incomes that we've never focused on before. So we have to do this, but we also we need to leave the door open for the market to respond in other ways. You heard at our last meeting several builders and developers talking about I can build 300 homes on this process, and a developer saying, yeah, I'm building middle housing, it's only $500,000. And it's like, you know, how times have changed on all of that. But the builders and things that you've seen come through here are not looking to build low rental apartments. They're looking to build products for home ownership. And that's going to fall at that 120 and above level for the most part that can afford a mortgage on a project like that. So we need to balance that. How's the market want to grow versus what do we have to do as our statutory regulatory obligation? Sorry, very long answer.
I guess if I can pick up from that closing, I understand what you said, but I'm also going to be kind of bullheaded and say, I'm a little bit concerned that it's always planning who is controlling the cost of the housing. There's many factors beyond that, and I think that sometimes we need to have a pretty broad spectrum looking at these things. It's driven by supply and demand, I think.
That's what it used to be.
Maybe someone needs to lead me into the new vision.
No, Clyde, that's accurate. And yet we, by state law, we have an obligation as the local regional government to follow the directives given us by the legislator. And that's what we have in front of us, and we can accomplish this. We've figured out a way to accomplish this. But it doesn't mean we can turn a blind eye toward the other parts of the market that are not going to follow this just because it's not in their horizon.
I'm glad to hear what you just said.
And you're right, yeah, planning has almost no control over what's built. I mean, if you want to start somewhere, start with two things: interest rates and land costs. They're not anywhere near our control. Now, about land costs, if we, as you'll see, maybe today, maybe next time, when we get into the development codes, you know, eliminating minimum lot sizes in one of our residential classifications going forward, that may provide a chance for an ownership product that wasn't there before. That's about the extent that planning or the regulatory system can bring to the table. Yeah, we can't call the Federal Reserve and say, oh, by the way, can you give us a half-point bump over here so we can build some homes?
Yeah, I think we really only have any way to impact the other version, which is the cost of land. And I do think zoning can have a direct impact on the cost of land. Maybe not the raw cost per square foot, but for example, the raw cost of a lot, because you can make it half the size or a quarter the size or so on and so forth, which you touched on.
Oh, it does. In fact, in two ways. One is, you know, we're talking the part we can control, which is that lot size approach or dimensional standards. The other part, though, is, and this is the intent of GMA, to put limits on growth. Well, when you put limits on growth, you're affecting the market, and that's going to make that land more expensive. So all of those things factor into it.
Hey, Scott, just before, just for reference point, do we know what the current area median income is for Spokane County?
I think I saw for household income, I think it's 77,000.
It would be helpful for me to look at.
Sure, we'll track it down for you. That may be a little old, but
that helps me better understand where we're at here.
sure, we'll definitely add that.
So 27, 45, 33, 85. So now we'll fall below that.
And I just pulled up census really quick, and it's saying 78,582 at the household level. I'm not sure if that's the most recent census.
It's at least within the ballpark of what we were thinking of.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, yeah.
Said 78.
78.
Yeah, 78 and change, 78 and a half.
And I think we were working generally with 77 a year or two ago when this analysis was being done. So
that's gross income.
That's household income.
Household income. Excuse me. Household.
And
Is that household gross?
You know, that's how area It's the median income of a household. And a household is defined in very different ways. It could be you and a spouse, it could be you, a spouse and a child, it could be three unrelated roommates, but their aggregate income. So it's a challenging thing. Per capita median income.
The census asked for gross.
That's what I was saying. That's gotta be
Oh,
gross.
yeah.
So taxes are still coming out all that.
I mean, everything, yeah.
Right.
Gross.
But it's, as I'm saying, is that the word household implies, one thing that is it's a fairly broad definition.
I'm not sure that we're different from any other metropolitan area though. Quite frankly.
We're a little under the state, we're a little under the US average, but we're not totally outside of the realm of
Right. I mean,
metroples.
yeah. But sad as it sounds, I mean, it's stressing. Yeah. I'm sorry, somebody must be online.
Yeah.
You're waving at me over there, Rona.
It's Austin Fuller.
Austin has a comment.
He does.
Austin, you have the floor.
Yeah, I just wanted to support what Mr. Chesney was saying about households. In our business, we use Scout a lot, and you can check to see how much houses cost. So I checked a few years ago, and
Through September that we should check.
back in 2018, there was a house that was $100,000, and then 2020, 22 comes around, and the house next door to that is now $400,000. So there's definitely a huge increase in housing cost. And part of it has to do with, I think, the availability of land and the cost of land. In terms of application processes, sometimes the application fees that we get, whatever we pay for an application, be it, any kind of studies that we have to conduct or anything like that, that does get multiplied when it comes into the final cost of things. Anything like water or sewer connections, all those get applied to the cost at the end. So it's just kind of one of those personal concerns for me, because I'm trying to look at what I could get. And I don't see a single family house in my future anytime soon. That's all.
Shall we continue?
Why not?
Okay.
Let me move over there.
May I have a comment?
There you go.
We have a comment.
Oh.
May I have a comment on that last slide? Yes, come on. Please come up so we can hear you. Okay.
So if you take a look at that, that is all urban growth. If you go ahead and look at the rural line, think about this as like a farmer or somebody trying to be in the farming industry. Even there is no growth until, or the only expected growth here is somewhere around $100,000 income before you can get to your urban area to try to be a farmer. Down here, there's no intention of having anyone probably under the age of 40 having any growth anywhere near in a rural area. There's also, curiously, farm loans that cover very small acreage, say 5 acres on starting little tiny farms. They'll cover 2% interest rates on down up to $300,000 on 2%. So there's avenues there for growth, but not in the
To clarify.
Yeah.
These are allocations that we have to account for as projections. This has no basis on someone at 80% of area median income that might take advantage of a different program and buy a small piece of land on their own. That growth is still going to take place, and historically, our permitting in our rural areas over the last 5 years has been around 4,000 units a year. And so if you think of that, and we're looking at accommodating 3,000 in this growth plan, there's probably another 1,000 that are going to filter in there in some way or shape or form.
All right, let's keep going.
Moving on to transportation, obviously very complicated, but we're just going to summarize some of the things that we've seen there. Again, to remind, the full document is posted in the packets and is being worked on as well. So TOD is something that's happened to the county in the last 5 years that we didn't really account for much before that because there was no expectation of transit services extending into the county's urban growth areas. The active transportation plan updated, multimodal levels of service, that's a GMA requirement. Reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, another GMA requirement, trip reduction as well. Those standing alone, those are daunting tasks, but if we again go back to the neighborhood zoning concept, neighborhood planning concept, if you can build in some use of mix of uses in some of these areas, you will certainly take some trips off the road and you will reduce greenhouse gas emissions from cars that don't have to be on those trips.
Scott, I have a question for you.
Yes.
If I could please. The Department of Transportation, or I shouldn't say it that way. Our bus transportation system here in Spokane, are they working with us? Are they doing their own plan? Are they going to be coming to us with their plan so we can digest it so we know what is all taking place? Because you got two different jurisdictions, they're federal and funded and so forth.
Yes. We have been working very closely with STA for the last 3 years on transit planning for our north area. And this is an example. These are future land use diagrams in the transit plan, and those take information from the infill zoning that the county has proposed. So we are very well coordinated with our transit agency. DOT takes a little bit different approach. They look mostly at protecting the state highway system and how many vehicles enter and exit at any given time and where there are bottlenecks. The obvious 195 ramp to eastbound I-90. So they're looking at choke points in their own system and trying to allow or prevent growth from getting worse or making those choke points worse. But we're still in contact with them. They contact us frequently. We have some offsite meetings with them, and they participate and have sent comments on the EIS over the last few months as well. But STA is a good partnership. We were in this, set this grant together. We actually put the grant in not long after I got here in 21, and it sat on a shelf for 2 years before it got activated. So it's just coming to fruition, like 4 years later, but it's been worked on for about 2 years. But you can see those changes in land use potentially along that. The one on the left is just off of Whitworth University, division at Hawthorne, kind of in the middle. And it looks at a variety of more urban buildings along that division corridor as the street itself transitions from a state highway into a county road or a city road. And as well as taking advantage of the proximity to the university. The illustration on the right, not too far away, off of Farwell and Newport Highway, at the very lower left corner of that image on the right is the Costco. What's behind it is the Meadworks project that Greenstone is working on, which, as you recall, is a true mixed-use project. This is adding a lot of information to that diagram, some of which is going to change because we now know that Multi-Care and Shriners Hospital are going to be putting a major medical center in there over years, probably over the 20-year horizon of the plan, not anytime imminently. So even that's going to change. But as we've said before, that provides a major employment center, it provides a destination that will be very urban and be able to work on.
Say that again, where's Providence putting something in over there?
Not Providence, Multi-Care.
Where at?
Right next, between Costco and the other part between Newport and Farwell, which STA is building a station like Moran Prairie or Moran Station. Look, Multi-Care and Shriners have 40 acres in there to build. So, and then active transportation. Previous generations of planning commissions and planners, these were called the bike and ped plans. They're now a little more involved, but they are used for an alternate transportation choice. So they're in addition to and different from recreational trails. This is not like a Centennial Trail. This is more, how do we use active transportation to get from place to place? Fits perfectly well with the neighborhood planning concept. So moving on, or any thoughts on basic transportation before we move on?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think it's the right spot, but I'm wondering about like point access blocks or inner blocks that are sort of served by like a driveway that provide access to a number of units, not from a city street. And I understand the city's tried to do some of that, but it's had some challenges, like with the way that streets and driveways are defined in the code. And I'm curious if our code creates enough space for that kind of thing, and if we can consider that as part of this process. It seems like it's a way for builders to have a lot more flexibility, to not need things to face always onto a public street. I know that it brings up complexities of like potentially requiring an HOA or some sort of agreement in order to make sure those facilities are maintained internally and don't become a burden on the jurisdiction. But I'm just curious about, first of all, do we think we could permit something like that today? And if not, what would we need to do to make it possible as part of this effort?
The quick response is we're doing everything we can to make that possible. That's to a large degree, that's more land use policy than it is transportation policy. One of the changes that we're trying to reinforce in this plan is the transportation system needs to serve the land use. And so much of our transportation planning in the past has treated land use planning almost as a vacuum. It's like, well, we're going to set up the transportation system and then you can figure out what you're going to do in between. We're getting back to the way it really should be on doing that. The details of that, if we get to it today, will be in a little bit as we start talking about the zoning code, because it has both standards for the lots for development, but that's where we start to allow mid-block circulation, alley served products that don't exist in the county code today. We're also working with our transportation folks on rebuilding the county's road manual so that we have internal and streets that fit a more urban character that are right now not in the county's standards for road development, and they're being very cooperative and very helpful to balance those things. So yes, we'll be able to change that transportation morphology in a pretty radical way, or at least allow it to be transformed as we develop.
If I could just one more follow-up, again, it's probably more in like the building side, but I'm also interested in, I know that state law has changed regarding allowing for more single stair up to 6-story buildings. But the way I understand is that we still have to adjust our own code in order to get there. The state law permits it. Have we considered that as well as part of this process to make sure that we can take advantage of the state law? Sometimes we're complaining about state law being too restrictive, which sometimes it may be. But in this case, it seems like they're opening the doors to allow for, I understand that creating 2 staircases can often be cost prohibitive. And so this seems to allow for some flexibility there up to 6 stories.
Right. We do track that legislation. We share information with our building colleagues. What you're describing follows a fairly complex path. If the legislature decides to make that kind of a change, as they've initiated, they take it to the State Building Code Council, which is designed to integrate what are called the I codes of the International Building Code, the International Residential Code, Fire Code. And generally speaking, most municipalities adopt those I codes. If the state, though, is saying we're going to do something a little bit different, that gives municipalities some confidence that they can piggyback onto that. Typically, municipalities can make their codes more restrictive than the I codes, but not less. In this case, we're going the other direction. So it's a little bit of an unknown territory. But again, if it's endorsed by the legislature and the State Building Code Council can sign off on it, we would take advantage of it.
And that's something that you think would need, in this specific case, would need to be in the land code, or that's just like basically, if the building code has been approved, it's just adopting the new version of the building code? Because I'm guessing we're not on like we're operating on a few years old building code typically, right? You adopt them periodically every so many years.
Every 3 years.
Okay.
The building codes are adopted. Yeah, we don't get into the building code on the planning side. However, where we make our wishes known is, again, you'll see this in the development code, we're adding the 6-unit option into the residential development. Well, if the 6-unit option only works as a single stair or something, 6th version of that, some versions of that, then we're sort of forcing the issue into the building code.
Thank you. Scott, I have another quick question which ties into a little bit of this. The fire codes and so forth, different districts right now, everybody's panicking because of urban developments getting into the trees and so forth. What are we working with them? Are we having to adapt to what they say before we can make? I mean, I'm just in a real fog. I don't know where to go on that one.
We have been working on that for the last few years as part of the climate and resiliency chapter, which has, among other things, a coordination of our emergency management plan as well. Specifically, the resiliency side of that is designed to address what's commonly called the wildland urban interface, or the WUI, where, yeah, in our rural areas, we have a lot of those exposures for fire districts that are serving property owners that are deeply embedded in the woods. The wildland urban interface code was not adopted by the legislature last year. It has been reintroduced for the upcoming 27 session. It seems to have, from what we can see, a lot of momentum, and we think that'll probably get adopted. It's not universally loved, but it's a discussion that we will have in more detail with our fire districts. However, we have had those discussions with the fire districts overall going forward to say, here's a heads up. This is an area that might be growing in the next 20 years. Can you handle it? Or what do we need to know about this that we don't know now?
Yeah.
So we've opened that up. And at least as far as we can tell, the county has really never been an active player in that before. So we're grateful for the fire chiefs to spend some time with us from time to time to go over those things.
Well, I know in the valley area, there's a lot of in plating out there. There's a lot of controls being put on by the fire district.
Yeah. And that, just incidentally, that follows its way down into the building code and lot development. If we eliminate the minimum lot sizes and eliminate most or all dimensional standards, setbacks and things like that, which we're not going all that far, you will fall back to what are the fire standards. 3 foot of separation from a property line or 6 foot wall to wall without having to go to some sort of rated construction. So we're not saying, anyway, unless you're building literally 0 lot line product. So just because we might eliminate standards, they will fall back down to what the fire code standards are.
Thank you.
So I think Elizabeth, and then Todd Whipple's on the phone after Elizabeth.
Thank you all, Elizabeth Tellison and Stan Cachet. Just kind of piggybacking on some of these transportation concepts, and as you guys are fully aware, the interrelated nature of all of these elements, and ultimately a component of what we're talking about on the housing and creating affordable housing. And one of the pieces that really can drive the long-term sustainability of some of these homes in a price range that regular families can afford is how much it costs to maintain the systems around them. And one of the issues that we're running into on the infill side is the expectation that a fully functioning public road will be maintained privately. And now you're saddling these homeowners with not only their individual property taxes that are used to pay for these maintenance obligations, but they're doubling that because they have to now pay to maintain 300 feet of road out in northern Spokane County. So this policy effort, while Scott and his team are working tirelessly on it, does require an active involvement with you all in directing not only the planning piece, but also the transportation piece to ensure that you aren't inadvertently creating hurdles to this affordability in the long term. And that's really where we're seeing the struggle with some of these infill obligations is putting these systems in place that don't then have to be maintained privately. That allow, meters at the streets for the properties that don't have a driveway access directly to a public road. Every time you put in a common element, you're now having to fund and insure an association for 4 houses or 6 houses or whatever it might be when you're talking about home ownership. So these issues are very important. They are very intertwined. So I just encourage all of you, as I know you are, to look at this from the many angles that warrant and how are we going to go about doing this. Flexibility is important. So I think keeping that in mind, which I know Scott has been trying to do. So thank you all.
Well, within paying for like, when people are building these houses or developments, we're us builders or builders out there. Oh my God. Thank you. My apologies. I'm not the best in tech. I forget. When we're building these things and paying for like our permits and all this other stuff, is there any way to where if we're extending a road or paving it to where could we do a cost breakdown on how much it would cost more for the county to be able to plow it or any of those types of costs that we could ever look at, like when we're paying for our permits and building these things?
Well, if you recall the discussion about annexation a couple hours ago, one of the reasons that we're trying to pursue a linked policy between urban growth areas and annexation is county budgets aren't built to maintain roads at an urban density. They're built to maintain county roads, which are, sometimes as simple as every section line, right? A mile apart, and in between you got driveways and dirt roads and other things going on. Typically, when builders are coming in, builders are responsible for building the road to county road standards. The county, in its public works, has made it clear that to the degree possible, they prefer private roads because the county doesn't have the maintenance budget to maintain all of that. And it's like, we'll leave it to you to do that if you want to do that. Could that be a discussion though? Sure.
What about some of those tighter areas of like up towards 5 Mile where city and county are like right next to each other, and sometimes you're not allowed to get water unless it's on a county property, but you got to go pay for city water on so many different things. I mean, how could we be able to work together better or just figure out some different ways to make things more affordable?
It sounds a little bit like a cop out, and I apologize. We're trying. We're trying to have that conversation with our cities. In this current cycle, though, we're still operating in the traditional, you update your plan, we'll update our plan, and hopefully they'll talk to each other when they intersect somewhere. As we move forward, we want to have a more active operational partnership for planning. And it may not be that the county is going to plan something to the city of Spokane standards just because we're stubbing into a street that's going into the city. But it could be that if there's an annexation agreement in place, yeah, we'll use the city's standards because the city's going to take it over in 3 years or 5 years. So there's a great opportunity to better coordinate that so there's less uncertainty and probably even less expense.
Todd.
Yep,
Todd Whipple.
Yeah, Todd Whipple, Climate and Resiliency. How you doing today? Nice to see Elizabeth there. She's a much prettier face than me. So I want to talk about wildland urban interface. For those of you that haven't had to participate in this endeavor, I strongly recommend that Mr. Chesney gets you the actual code. It's very straightforward and it's very easy to follow. Basically, it says that if you build inside the wildland urban interface area, you can't have anything that would burn within 30 feet of the residence that you're constructing. It strongly recommends non-flammable siding and roofing materials. And what you'll find is that the new housing and development itself meets all wildland urban interface areas. It's the current built environment. A good example would be the Ponderosa, many of the older neighborhoods, Painted Hills, that have been built for 40 or 50 years, where they've got Ponderosa pines overhanging their houses because it's cool. That's not allowed under the new code. So anything that we build now has to pretty much is required by the fire code to meet this wildland urban interface area. So unfortunately, you will see more and more, if not all development, will just cut down all the trees because you can't be inside the WUI and have any trees on your lot pretty much, especially as think about it now, we're going to 40-foot wide lots. And if I've got a 40-foot wide lot and I can't have anything that's flammable within 30 feet, that was great when we had 120-foot wide lots, but that doesn't work under today's standards. So it's really an issue for the built environment anymore as it relates to WUI, not the because and all of our utilities are buried. So anyway, FYI, read the WUI. It's very interesting. There's a lot of documentation on it, and you'll find that if you like your trees, don't develop, because if you like your trees, they pretty much won't be there in the future. So I offer that just if you haven't been around the WUI, it's important that as the planning commission, you understand that it's a deforestation procedure, technically is what it is. So that's it.
Thank you, Todd.
I'm interested in the WUI, very interested, but my understanding is that the state is supposed to produce like some WUI maps and that there's some discrepancy in the maps.
Yes.
And so there's not like an official WUI map yet. Is that accurate?
I believe that's still the case.
Okay. When there are official
check it out.
WUI maps, can we please be provided with that and maybe have a short discussion about it?
Sure.
Thank you.
We'll put it on there now. And we'll get you what's available now.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
So let's proceed.
Climate and resiliency. We had a session on this a few months ago. So we'll go over it fairly quickly, but what it does is it sets its own element, goals and policies, kind of in these three major areas we've talked about extensively. And then our goal to make this a useful thing is to try to wrap some of these policies and principles into the rest of what we do for growth and development. So it isn't, so it isn't so much an example like Todd just said of the WUI, which is kind of stands alone code, but it effectively says you can't do this if you want to do this. We'd like to find ways of creating that resiliency within a chance to still build things and still have them go through that. So you can see a couple or three things here in various descriptions. Those would be goals coming forward. And then kind of an overarching part of that is just very simple in moving that piece together. And then finally, a few ideas on policies, climate-related hazards, ag forest lands, soil health, air quality, surface temperature, and water resources. You've seen the diagrams and the charts showing stream temperatures going up. If our colleagues and friends from the Farm Bureau were here, they would tell you, I believe, as they brought up to our attention, how their own efforts are changing because it's drier every year. It's harder to make things work when you're on the dry land crop system. So everyone has to adapt. And then a couple of things to wrap up this part of our program. Things that are important and sometimes overlap with other things. The natural environment part of it. And this is again where that technical committee came involved. It had a big effort in changing the migration and habitat patterns that will result in changes to the rural traditional and rural conservation lands. And then sort of a summary, a chance to reinvigorate this with best practices. This technical advisory committee had a number of highly credentialed, highly experienced people commenting on this. And so this is providing truly a best practice for Spokane County in looking at our natural environment, which, kind of circle around where we started. If we're starting with farms and agriculture, we've gone into the core of the cities and now we're back out in our natural environment. We take it seriously that we have to plan for its safety and preservation and its use. Finally, cultural resources. Another piece that is often overlooked, but we're trying to bring into more prominence over time. We've had some changes at the legislative activity to expect counties to establish better relations with their local tribes. The Spokane County has a pretty good relationship in the past, so we were ahead of that game. But it's a challenge for all development. When, for example, a project, a subdivision goes in a rural, or perhaps a small subdivision in rural areas, or even a short plat in an urban growth area, there will oftentimes be a requirement for an artifact plan. If you find something, you have to stop, contact the tribe, and study what it is. So we're looking at how to incorporate that more directly into our codes. Simply strengthen policies for coordination. One notable effort on that is that the steering committee of elected officials voted a year ago to extend voting membership to the two tribal organizations, two tribes that are in Spokane County, the Kalispell tribe and the Spokane tribe. So the tribes now hold a voting seat on the steering committee of elected officials. The tribal planners have participated in the professional planning group from long time practice. So it's making some of it more formal, but it's also strengthening, kind of that relationship between the two, and especially as we push into the edges. It's territory that has historically been part of the Native American culture, and some of it is considered sacred, and some of it is considered important, and it's often overlooked in our own codes. So this is a chance to add cultural resources layering to that, much like a critical areas map. What's out here that we know of that we want to ask our tribal colleagues about as development goes in that direction? And like I say, two more quickly. Parks and Rec, and we'll cover this one quickly. You've seen this before. There are these three elements to the park plan. It's one of those unique pieces, along with the capital facilities, which we're going to touch on briefly at the end. There are the comprehensive plan goals for parks and recreation, again, required element from the Growth Management Act. Then there's their capital facilities on what do they need, what are the levels of service you want to provide at a park, and then there's the park's operating plan, its own master plan. So those work in concert together. They have not been as well connected in the past as they should be, and that's why we've been working with Doug Chase and his staff to better link these together, so they do inform each other. And it's not just a semantic exercise. Parks, like other agencies, often look at grants from state organizations, Department of State Parks and things like that. Very often, if you don't have some connection to your comprehensive plan, your grant is not favorably reviewed because you can't point to something that says, tell us why this is important to Spokane County. Well, if we keep this linkage in place, that grant application for the parks can point straight back to the comprehensive plan and say, this is public policy that's important to our commissioners, and it was adopted here, and now we want to implement that, and that's why we're asking you for grant funding. So it has a very practical effect as well as a planning effect. And then finally, truly the dull part of planning, the capital facilities. Critically important for urban growth area projections. Again, is the growth area affordable in the long term? So we're linking these things together. Most of what's in the capital facilities plan is valid, and what's in the capital facilities element, the chapter, really doesn't need a lot of updating because those goals and policies haven't changed very much. So this is one that we can pretty much wrap up pretty quickly. And so we put up just sort of a quick fact sheet for you to wrap this up for water. The county is not in the water business. So this is the rest of the county, so to speak. But 477 active water systems in Spokane County. 128 are Class A or essentially municipal public systems. 70 interties between those. And so
what's a Group B system? That's just like a private, like a well that serves a whole subdivision, or like a well that serves a mobile home park. I know there's one of those on the north side. That would be like a Group B system.
Yeah. something other than the permit exempt wells that ecology processes. So,
Okay, permit exempt wells, like just on somebody's individual property.
correct.
Got it.
And so the water system plan, reason we put this up here is the sort of parallel process we started in 21 was to look at the coordinated water system plan, which hadn't been updated since the 90s. Amy Sumner, our water manager, has been diligently chipping away at that for 3 years. Again, to relink that to the comprehensive plan. We can't talk about growth, even in our urban growth areas, let alone expanding our urban growth areas, if we don't understand some fundamentals. Capital facilities is one, and water is a big part of that since the county doesn't control water. As we've learned, water districts that serve our areas are not uniform. They don't all have the sort of perceived infinite water that the city of Spokane has. And so it shapes something. If an irrigation district says, I can't, or we can't handle 200 homes out here in the next 5 years. We don't have that kind of wet water. We have to take that and say, well, then we can't plan for growth in this direction, because if you can't satisfy your capital facilities, you're gonna have to change your level of service, or you have to change your development plan and not go in that direction. So we put this up here just to show that it's a coordinating piece that's very important for us.
I've never seen the word entity. Is that interties between systems?
Interties. Yes,
Is there supposed to be a space between R and the T?
could be. I didn't think about it.
Could be.
Could be.
Okay.
Interties.
That's the only I was looking at
No.
this. I was just wondering.
It is the intertie. It is the connection between two municipal systems. The vast majority of those were set up for emergency purposes. You know, for example, between the city of Spokane and Medical Lake. That one, now Medical Lake is using it for their daily purposes because of the PFAS contaminations out there. But when you have those interties, you can consider, you know, what's sometimes called wheeling rights, or moving water from one system through another system into a third system, and purchasing that water as it goes along. So having this system plan better coordinated is a really important background foundation piece for what we're doing. With that, Mr. Chair, we are done with the elements for today. We're happy to take more questions about that in total. At 1 o'clock, we've asked a lot of your time today. We appreciate that. The second part of our agenda, the development codes, is perhaps not quite as long, but it very likely will engender a lot of questions, and we would not object to if you wanted to defer that to potentially a meeting in 3 weeks.
Well, we don't want to stay off schedule or migrate off of your plan.
We're going to check, and Nate is here. If typically we notice these meetings 15 days in advance. The public meetings being held, this is what's on the agenda. That is among other things, so the public will know if you're going to make a recommendation, take an action of some kind, make a recommendation. If we could hold a study session with a lower notice rate, 5 days or something like that, then we could continue this discussion where you're not going to be asked to hold a decision with a little bit more accelerated schedule.
What's the will of the commission?
What do you think?
I would like to see us look at another date that can be, so we can finish this. Because otherwise we're gonna interrupt the whole process next week.
Give us a second date.
Yes.
Perfect.
Anybody listening? We'll do it now or do it later.
Payments left.
I know some of you had other obligations, so we want to be sensitive to that. Talking with legal counsel, since this meeting was properly noticed, and since we're talking about it in that notice meeting, we could reconvene as quickly as next Thursday, if it's convenient for you. And that very much keeps us on schedule. But it could be 90 minutes or a couple hours. You go through the code.
I'll try it here.
I mean, I'm just losing steam, so my mental capacity. My mental capacity is diminishing.
6 August.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
what we're talking about, the 6th of August.
Yes.
Just want to make sure on some date.
Is,
10 a.m.
yes,
Same time, 9 o'clock.
if that works for you, we will chart that out and we will talk with Mr. Brokaw and Ms. Woodstruck.
Okay.
You're currently scheduled to meet on the 13th.
We are on the 13th and we're on the 27th or 3rd.
Right,
I'm okay on the 6th.
okay,
I'm also,
Okay.
end of the month, I got jury duty,
Is
so
the-
I won't be here.
all right.
Is the
Hearing
board,
a consensus, we will continue at your pleasure, Mr. Chairman, we will happily continue this meeting to August 6th, 9 a.m. and pick up with the development codes.
It's fine with me, if that's the will of the commission, we'll do that, that objection.
Is-
So order that.
Okay.
Next order of business. So good. By the way, that was this is splendid.
the room,
Presentation, thank you so much.
Well, all of you have been
Maybe
involved
some
in.
people online yet that are want it. We didn't finish up with your,
Oh, yes.
your presentation, there may be some people that want to.
Oh. no, there isn't.
There's no one.
There isn't anyone online, but the
This
room is
is
this is reserved for Austin McCollum.
I have a question.
Date.
We'll figure that out.
Okay.
For this meeting on the 6th, will we have public open forum also?
Yes.
Up
Yes,
front?
we will announce this as quickly as we can. Rona's checking on room availability.
Oh.
If we confirm that yet this afternoon, we will post this on our web. We will send out notice to that list of people you saw earlier in the public participation program. And we will reconvene with public participation on the 6th.
Yes.
I'm here. Questions for the elements?
I have a question for Logan. Is this all I see is fog?
Oh, yeah, I don't think you're gonna get much more out of me today, but I do wanna, I know staff gave a soft commitment to having some sort of workshop on data centers, but I suspect that we're gonna have people here pretty regularly trying to voice their comments if we don't address the issue proactively, and so I don't know if we need a motion or what, but I'd like to see some informal workshop on data centers so that if we're capable, we can incorporate whatever it is into this comprehensive plan before we get to the finish line. And so that, yeah.
Can I pick up where you're at? Well, I'm not disagreeing with you. What I'm afraid of is that there is so much on the table right now with the staff. And if we don't have the right information about it, we're just having a general street talk conversation. I want to make some directions that we're gonna be going, and that's what I'm concerned about. And I'd rather have my staff, as through Scott here, tell us, when are we gonna be able to have a better educational conversation about it? And right now, I don't feel we have.
We were anticipating bringing in some of these new issues in a more detailed way, probably October. Because we would be getting the plan packed up and the development regs ready to go to Commerce for a review. So between September and October 1st was kind of our horizon. The board has sort of taken an action or a non-action last week or 2 weeks ago. They are on their summer recess. They're back August 10th and 11th. I expect this will be on one of those agendas. And what we would do is we would take their direction and probably increase our sense of urgency and try and bring something back to you as early, at least for discussion purposes, as early as the 13th.
Okay, I can live with that. What about Lois?
Yeah, I just want to have a workshop. I think that we need to have a discussion about it. I don't care necessarily when it happens, but it feels like we should try to incorporate it in this comprehensive plan. It sounds like our code does not meaningfully address these types of uses. Like you said, you may be able to shoehorn it into some other use. But I think that we should just, whatever the will of the commission is, or the planning commission is, I think that we should at least have this discussion. And I think, yeah, it's hard to be informed when all we have is the public comment. It'd be nice to have staff sort of summarize the issues, like the things are thrown around today, like 16 billion gallons of water a day. Like, that seems impossible to me. So like, I'd like to have some understanding of like, is there a use limit on water for any user? We don't control that as the county. So it's sort of a weird position to be in, but I guess I want to lay of the land so that I can be a better decision maker. And it seems like a workshop is the avenue to get there. Yeah.
I agree with that, but I just wanted to say for the record, it was 16,000, not billion. 10 million? Yeah.
That is what it says online somewhere, billion gallons. So yeah, not sure where the number comes from. But again, it's why it's nice to have a workshop where we can sort of talk it through.
I would make the recommendation that we would allow our staff to lead us forward in how to have a good educational conversation workshop, because there's gonna be public people here. We want the public to be involved. And I feel that we need to have our staff lead us through that. We just can't wander around.
I agree with that, and then also half the people that were in here, they think that we're the ones making the decision on it.
Well,
and like,
well, let's just stay with.
You mentioned that they should refer some of their additional comments to our esteemed commissioners. Structure was speech every Tuesday at 2. We said that on the record.
Oh, the Board of County Commissioners, yes, their legislative meeting is 2 o'clock on every Tuesday. They have an open mic or open forum session at the beginning of their meetings as well.
That may have additional add to the fact to the whole thing as well. I guess I don't know enough about this, about the data centers. I'm learning just to kind of go along here.
And just to be clear, they were off last week. They're off this coming week. Their next Tuesday meeting is August 11th.
Oh, okay.
That's 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks off.
We don't even get paid. We don't even get off. All right.
You get fed.
You're off.
If you send in your lunch order, you get fed.
Are you off my rocket?
We're grateful for your service.
Thank you. There are other smiling faces in the audience. If somebody wants to talk about Scott's thing, no one else is online. I'm willing to go on to the approval of minutes. So the next thing, yes, you have the minutes before you. July the 16th, 2026. I've read them. They went into significant detail. Thank you very much for doing an admirably good job as far as I'm concerned. I've read them, but does anyone else have anything to say about the chair will entertain a motion to adopt those minutes of July 16th?
So moved.
Wait, you can't say it at the same time.
Okay, I'll second.
Okay, who said it? Honey? Honey, you moved it? You moved it, you seconded it.
We did it.
All those, seeing no discussion, all those in favor of adopting those minutes July the 16th, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed to not adopting by nay. Please not be hereby adopted. Thanks again, Rhona. That was a long,
Yes.
but you know, it takes a lot of focus. The next meeting will be our special meeting. We'll also, if you have a staff report, and just for the record, August 13th and 27th are still on the calendar.
I think I've said my piece for today. Thank you.
You've spoken a lot. I think you need to take some water, give a glass of water or something.
Next Thursday.
Next Thursday, thank you. All right, all those in favor for motion, Chairman's going to motion to adjourn.
So moved.
So moved by Logan, second by Lonnie. All those in favor of adjourning signify by saying aye. All opposed by saying nay. We approve by adjourn. And it's 1:19. You said nay. If you could be adjourned in the morning.
I'm just staying here by yourself. Oh, I think.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you for the